for this men's relay. The starting numbers today with Sweden number 1, Czech Republic number 2, France number 3, and so on, reflecting the results from the European Orienteering Championship 2 years ago in Portugal, because Sweden was the reigning champion from the European Championship 2 years ago in Portugal.
Pertux.
Jejich číslování vychází z výsledků posledního mistrovství Evropy, které proběhlo před 2 lety v Portugalsku. Česká štafeta dosáhla výborného úspěchu, když si muži v sestavě Petržela, Procházka a Král doběhli pro stříbrné medaile, takže dvojkou bude naší štafety zahajovat také český A tým. Po složení je mírně jiné, Honzu Procházku nahradí ten druhý pragovák Honza Šedivý. Přesto ambice klubů jsou vysoké. Řekněme, že to velké pódium bychom mít chtěli, a to malé o něm sníme.
Good morning and welcome once again to the Czech mountains, and this is Černá Voda, and we are preparing for the final day of this European Championships. And today we have the relays as the final event. We are now less than 10 minutes from the start of the men's relay. At 10 o'clock we will have 43 teams in the men's competition, and at 12 o'clock we will continue with the women's race. And this will be also today the biggest crowd of this the championship. After the relays there will be a Czech Cup event here with more than 1,000 competitors on this local event. So a big crowd today, and here the athletes are getting ready for the start of the relay. So let's have a look of what the athletes will do today. Pictures you saw were from the sprint qualification 1 week ago. Here we are in the team area. It's once again nice and warm day. In the Czech Republic we have about 25 degrees at the moment. So let's see what the men has to handle today. Couple of short legs after the start with some forkings, then a climb, and we have the long leg to the fifth control. It will be, because there are 2 controls in the beginning, and there is a route choice on this leg. You can go straight over the hill or around on each side. And they come back again, once again, taking on this hillside and approaching the arena for the arena passage. And the red one you see will be the first and the second leg, the shortest last loop, and a little bit longer loop for the third leg, the blue, as you can see here. So a total of 6 kilometers, 5.9 to 6 kilometers, the legs first and second leg, and the third leg is 6.3 kilometers. So 5.9 to 6 kilometers for the first 2 legs and 6.3 kilometers for the last leg. The terrain pretty much like yesterday. Some areas with very open, very nice forest, like in this part, and some sandstone, limestone areas. And then there are areas with denser vegetation, where you also have some branches on the ground, and the runnability is worse. This was one of the TV controls that you will see later on. It was the 15th control on the course towards the end of the race, close to the arena passage. This is also one area, quite good runnability. As you can see, some rocky areas and some branches on the ground. In some of the green areas, runnability is much worse, and also out on the open areas, the runnability is somewhere reduced, with rocks and boulders and branches. Here we are into an area of light green. As you can see, it gets tougher. So in total, a very varied course. This is the route then, where you can go straight over the hill and catch about 50 meters extra of climb, or you can go around on each of the 2 sides. It depends on which controls you have. As you can see, the blue one is longer, but there are some forked controls before and after this leg, so the best route choice might also depend on what control you have before and after the forking. And hopefully we will have a TV control on the control, which is now shown as number 5, but some struggles with the cables out there at the moment. Trying to fix that. We should have at least one TV control before climbing this this big hill. Teams are getting ready. Fredrik Backman on the first leg for Swedish first team. This is Florian Hovald in the Swiss second team today. After 2 good races in the sprint and in the middle, he's still in the second team with Andreas Kiburz, Daniel Hubmann and Matthias Kiburz running the first team for Switzerland. Every country can field 2 teams in today's race. So first 4 controls, then there will be a common third control, which is our TV control, then the fourth control, and the long leg. They are at that point very close to the area used also for the middle distance yesterday, but there is no real overlap between the 2 competition areas. It's just the final meters here around the arena for the arena passage, which will be shortly before the end and the finish and the changeover. So expected running time of just under 35 minutes on this leg. So Sweden, Fredrik Backman, Oskar Sjöberg, Gustav Bergman are the defending champions. The start numbers correspond with their placing in the European Championships 2 years ago in Portugal. Czech Republic won a silver then. Jan Petr Žela, Jan Šediví and Wojciech Kral is the Czech team today. France, Vincent Coupat, Luca Basset and Frédéric Tranchant is the French team, and the Swiss team, as we said, Andreas Kyburz, Daniel Hubmann, Matthias Kyburz. And those 4 teams, probably the 4 biggest favorites also. We put a note on the Finnish team with Morten Boström, Aro Asikainen, Fredrik Portin. The British team, Chris Jones, Ralph Street, Graham Gristwood. The Danish team with Andreas Boesen, Tue Lassen and Magnus De Vet. Søren Bobak not ready to start. He was on the original start list, but his ankle is not ready for a race after his injury. Russia is team to follow. Team number 9, Andrei Khramov, Dmitry Shvetkov, Valentin Novikov. Norway, Karl Godager-Kås, Eskil Kinneberg and Magne Dæhlie also a team to follow, as well as Poland with Wojciech Kowalski, Bartosz Pawlak and Mateusz Wenzlaw. And Ukraine, Denis Chesherbakov, Alexander Kratov and Ruslan Glibov. So it's an important first leg here for Chesherbakov. That was some of the teams, and a lot of the countries have strong second teams as well. We only have some seconds left for the start. And here is the start of the men's relay. 3 legs, around 6 kilometers. First 2 legs and the last leg just 300 meters longer. So 3 legs, approximately 35 minutes running, are awaiting the athletes. So first 2 quite short legs with forking in a quite dense area. It can be quite tight between the teams in this just short legs in the beginning, before it will spread out on the longer legs. And we should have the first TV controls on the third control, which should be after some 5-6 minutes of running only. So 3 different first controls, as you can see, A, B and C. Some teams have very short to the first control. And the control in the south, which is says here is number 2, is then number 3 for many of the teams. Those who have the pit, number A here, they go directly to control number 2. And the other teams have 2 controls in this first area.
They are heading now to the first control for this first leg, the first leg runner 43 teams.
Czech team with head coach Radek Novotny in the right of the picture. Of course have
final day of the European Orienteering Championships.
Some hopes for this relay on home ground. A strong relay team, the Czech Republic, world champions 4 years ago. As we can see here, in theory, there is no difference in length between these different forkings.
Sweden will be number 1 today, the reigning European champions 2 years ago in Portugal. Czech Republic at that time in silver medal position.
So seems like no big problems in the beginning here for some of the favorite teams. And we are expecting a big group to the first TV control shortly. Looks like Norway and France is on the same forking here, and is in one group, while Sweden, Czech Republic and Switzerland is in another group from the 2 other forkings. And the forkings will split up again, as we can see on the forking combinations, the top left of the screen. So they will get together again, these groups, on the way to the third control. Here we are. The first control and big group. Florian Hovald for the Swiss second team is there. And the Czech team is leading these groups. Sweden is also in front of this group towards the first split with the Czech Republic and Russia punching. And this is just a big group. No problems on the first forkings as it looks, and we already have 32 teams on the first 15 seconds. So a total of 43 teams, as I said, and we have 37 teams within 20 seconds. So only 5 teams are missing here, and it's a big group now climbing this hill, and then it will be interesting to see how it spreads out on the long leg. If they will take different route choices, or if everyone will choose the same. In this area, the terrain varies between light green and white. It looks like none of the top teams has lost anything here in the opening part of the courses. We are expecting a quite tight relay in the men's race here. So let's see now the route choice.
And we can see some different route choices. This is the longest leg on the legs today.
About 1.3 kilometers. The shortest is to go straight, of course, but it's not that much shorter to go around the hill, although the green area will slow them down a little bit.
And the end of this long leg is also quite tricky area down there, or up there, I should say, up there. It's up there. So it's a very interesting leg.
Replay then of the opening of the race with no mistakes on these controls for the top teams. With the first 37 teams inside 20 seconds at this second control. And let's see what happens next.
Now maybe you can see how they
Ah,
are heading out.
looks like
As you can see.
at least all the top teams is taking the route choice to the left of the hill.
Převýšel nějakou autonomii výkonu, takže všichni radní běží pohromadě, než aby zvolili samostatně a ztratili kontakt se skupinou.
So for Czech Republic one, as you see in red there,
So there will be a big group also towards the next controls. Then there is a forking after the sixth control. There is a forking that could split up a group a little bit between control 6 and control 9. Should also say that see that the Czech team has some irregularities on the tracking. We are quite close to the Polish border, and the GPS tracking is not always 100% stable here. So I expect to see some deviations during the race. Now it looks like, for instance, the Czech GPS is behaving a bit strange sometimes.
Ten třetí úsek je delší přibližně o 300 metrů než ty první dva. Ten rozdíl je v tom závěrečném pitlíku.
Is he going right now, Jan Petržela?
Jan Petržela for Czech Republic. Even in France, you can see through this green area right now, heading down to this road.
He will, of course, hit the.
But probably he's not alone. There is some other teams also there.
He will hit the path in this area. Then he can run the path. Ah, there is something strange with his tracking, as we expected. We saw it behaving a bit strange also around the second control and after the third control. So he's not that fast, Jan Petržela. He's not that fast that he can take an extra loop here. So he's together with the others. He looks to be quite far ahead in the pack, together with Sweden, together with Switzerland, with France maybe about 15-20 seconds behind at the moment.
You can see the well there in the right corner right now, the first control. It's the fourth one.
Mně se zdála ta volba Honzy Petržely taková trošku provláštní, já jsem to o něm měl.
As we can see then, France will have the control A, Sweden B, and Czech Republic C. So the three medalists, they have different forkings through most of this first leg.
And as you can see, small long black dots down there is a quite stony, rocky area. And now they are running up in this slope to the fourth control.
Já si myslím, že spousta českých závodníků si tenhle terén ještě pamatuje, někdy z roku 2006, když se tady běželo.
France choosing a bit different route here. Want to have the other small path in, have a small tower and into the control. France will have control A. This looks like a good attack point from the control. He will also have the stream then to follow. Austria looks to be together with France here.
I can see Austria and France with a wide loop. I don't know if it's right, maybe. Jesenik for France and Helmut Grenner is running for Austria, their first place.
Helmut Grenner a Jesenik Rakousko a Francie, ty volí poměrně zvláštní stopu. Vidíme, jestli to není podobný výlet, jako u Honzy Petržely. Vypadá, že ne.
It will be interesting to see the time gaps now at fifth control. You can see that France and Austria, they are losing some time. Czech Republic and Sweden going straight to the controls. They will have different control here, Sweden B and Czech Republic C, but they will probably pass all of the three controls the way it looks here. France is a bit out of the direction here, if the GPS is accurate. Jesenik running this first leg for France. It's probably it's more than 1 minute, maybe close to 2 minutes behind here now, at least 1.5 minutes.
There are many teams here, of course, in this,
and around Sweden and Czech Republic, it's probably also a bigger group. Let's see now how they take the forking. Sweden B, just the one in the middle, and Czech Republic C. Some smaller mistakes here. Sweden is using some time. Czech Republic a bit ahead. And here we have the first teams then at the fifth control, and it's Finland, Morten Boström, who is the team in front. And the Swedish second team in 9th place. The two Norwegian teams are there as well. Fortunately, the TV camera at this fifth control is not working at the moment. It's being worked on, and it's still a big group. We have 24 teams inside 30 seconds, with the Swedish first team 26 seconds behind now. Swedish first team 26 seconds behind. We see Austria with some problems. We see Czech second team with some problems as well. Milos Nikodim, and France, one of the medal contenders, also lost some time. Denmark 48 seconds behind. Ukraine 59 seconds behind in 27th position. Here are the standings. Finland, Morten Boström. Poland, Wojciech Kowalski. Russia, Andrei Kramov. Switzerland, Andreas Kiburz. Latvia second team, Andris Jubelis. Estonia, Timo Sill. Jan Petržela for the Czech Republic. Florian Hovald, Swiss second team. Jo Forseth Ingor for Norway 2. Jonas Leandersson, Sweden 2. And Norway 1, Karl Godager Kås. So it's still very close, these teams. But we're waiting for France still. And probably around 2 minutes behind now France. We are still waiting also for the Austrian first team. The Austrian second team was 27 seconds behind.
Great Britain with Chris Jones 30 seconds behind. Denmark 48 seconds behind on this first leg. It is Andreas Bosen who runs the first leg for Denmark. And now they are heading back. Here comes that sixth control. And now there's also a difference in the forking system, as you can see, to the seventh control.
He has punched there now, France. We don't have him on our computer. Should be a little bit more than 2 minutes behind. And also Austria, we can see, have punched, but also Austria are missing from the timekeeping right now. But they are around the Czech second team, which was 1:07 behind at this control. So let's see now if this forking can split up some of the teams even more. Vincent Coppard, 2:58. 2:58 is the gap down to France. He's now in 39th position of the 43 teams. Sweden, Fredrik Backman, who was 26 seconds behind. He is working himself closer now. Finland is going to the control B. Switzerland should have control C, which is the blue one in the left of the screen. So Sweden and also Switzerland will have control C. They should be heading a bit south soon. Sweden 2 and Czech Republic, first team, they have been to control A. They're still a bit low here, Sweden and Switzerland. They will get on the north side of this green area and attack the control from there. Sweden 2 also go to control, has been to control A and will go to the second control A. Denmark is a bit behind, as we can see, also been to control A. A little bit more than 1 minute now from Denmark. The tail on the GPS is 1 minute right now.
No problem for Switzerland and Sweden.
So more than halfway now on this course. They are coming back soon to this big hill. They will have another couple of controls for its better terrain, nicer terrain. Maybe not better terrain, but at least nicer forest in towards the arena passage here. Finland is to go up to take control B. And Czech Republic is heading for A. Switzerland and Sweden heading for C. And as we said, tracking not 100% accurate in this area. You see both Finland and Czech Republic here. It's been to the controls, because they are moving on.
So it was B also for Finland, and no problem for Switzerland and Sweden. They have punched up control, and now we're heading to the 9th control. And now I think we will have some pictures very soon on the terrain from this first leg.
So Sweden and Switzerland losing a bit of time here on this forking. They were very close to control B and then had to go up to control C. Should have taken a more straight route, but they followed and stayed in the other group, so they got a longer way of running here. They are taking a completely different route here to the 9th control. Switzerland going out to the left, to the west, and Sweden heading north. Sweden now, what can it be? About between 30 and 40 seconds behind the leading pack. Russia and Czech Republic is placed. Next Control should be also
that row.
TV control.
Russia one we see now also. Andrei Kramov, the great run so far. In that first group.
Oh. Here we are at the 9th control, waiting for the leading teams. And it's the Czech Republic. Jan-Peter Žela. Strong physical shape today for Jan-Peter Žela. Here comes the other ones as well. No splits working from this control, unfortunately. So Great Britain is here. This is the Swedish second team. Swiss second team is also here. We are in the very open and very nice forest. And still, Jan-Peter Žela staying in front of this group, ahead of Andrei Kramov, Russia. (23:44), Andrei Kramov. There is Jubilis. For the Latvian second team, Poland, Estonia, Finland, Great Britain, Sweden 2 and Switzerland 2 is there. It's also the British second team, by the way, Hector Haynes, who's in this group. And here's the Swiss and the Swedish first teams. They are only 25 seconds behind. And the Norwegian second team, 28 seconds behind. Also Bulgaria, 23 seconds behind. Russia second team. France second team, and the Norwegian first team 40 seconds behind. And here is the Latvian first team, 44 seconds behind. So it's stretching out a bit now. The Finnish second team, Olli Markus Taivainen, is 51 seconds behind. Spain and Ukraine. 104 is Ukraine's second team. Here comes the British first team, Chris Jones. He is 109 behind, and Austria's second team, 114 behind. So from the top teams, we are missing Denmark and we are missing France. Czech second team is 127 behind. We see how Vincent Coupin lost quite a lot of time towards the first split. He had to go back. That was why it took so long time before he was shown on the last split. He was almost 3 minutes behind there. He's still struck. Oh. This is very bad news for the French team. Vincent Coupin, the French coaches. We don't know if they're going to laugh or going to cry about this. The French team, unfortunately, is out of any chance for a medal now. Vincent Coupin with big mistakes. We will get his punch when he passes, and we will see how much he has lost. But it's many minutes now. Denmark is 2 minutes 1 second behind in 28th position. They are together with New Zealand and Lithuania. Lithuania just behind Denmark. But we are still waiting for France, but it will probably be some 6-7 minutes behind now for the French team. So they have to rely on their second team. And in the second team, after After Loic Cabern, they will have Olivier Blanc-Tranchant and Loic Marty. So they have now been again in this stony and dense steep slope, and heading for our next TV area in this little city of rocks. Still Czech Republic leading this pack, together with Estonia, Poland. Now the Swiss first team is all the way up there. He's strong today, Andreas Kiburz. It's clear. And no more. We will have timing on the next control. Here comes Timo Sill now for Estonia, leading this relay. And also Czech Republic, Switzerland and Poland. So 4 teams inside the first 7 seconds. Here is Latvia and Russia. Kramov hesitating a bit. So Norway here. They are choosing route around. They are losing some time here. It's clear. Ukraine first team is 4 minutes 9 seconds behind. 4 minutes 9 seconds behind on the last split. So also problems for the Ukraine first team. And now Latvia second team, Russia and Norway 40 to 50 seconds behind. So this last forking has really split up the field. That's clear. Another split here with the 4 teams together. Ukraine second team is the 8th team, 1:05 behind. British first team now, 1:19 behind. So Chris Jones is picking up. So let's look at where Finland and Sweden has gone. They have to go back up here to control A. Losing some valuable time, and Sweden is now 1:44 behind. 1:44 behind Sweden. And Finland is 1:49. Finland is 1:49 behind. We are waiting them soon now to the arena for the arena passage. Still no punch for France out there. 6 minutes gone now on the third split. Here comes Jan Petergela, but Timo Sill is still ahead. It's those 3 teams now. Kowalski. Kowalski is also still there. Here they come to the arena. The first 4 teams of this relay with less than 1 kilometer to go. So 4 or 5 minutes to the changeover. And he still looks strong, Jan Petergela. Doing a great first leg here for the Czech Republic with some of the big teams losing some time here. Heading out on the final loop. And the gap should be about 40 seconds to the following teams. Here they come. It's Russia, Norway and Latvia 2. Andrei Kramov for Russia, and it's more now. Algoda will cost for Norway and the Latvian second team. Now we are out on the last loop, which is short, but in some dense forest. Should not be any big problems for the teams. So 50 seconds to Russia, Norway and Latvia. There's also a forking here on this final part of the course for the first and the second leg. So now the rest of the teams at the arena passage, with Sweden 1:23 behind, Finland 1:35 behind. We see the two forkings towards the end of this this first leg. And Van Sankopa now at the third split. He's 8 minutes 7 seconds behind. 8 minutes 7 seconds behind for France. Denmark now 3:20 behind on the fourth split. And Norway too has lost a lot of time. Joe Forseth is 5 minutes behind on this second split. On this fourth split, sorry, fourth split. So soon the changeover between the first and the second leg. They are approaching the second last control, and it will be the same 4 teams coming together here. So it will be a running time around 34 minutes of this first leg. Here's Jan Petter Schela at the second last control. And it looks like Czech Republic will head first to the changeover. This is Andreas Kibbutz wants to win this first leg. He's been strong physically today, and the last control is here once again. And Kowalski now also pushing. Timo Sil, some problems with the speed here in the end of the race. Jan Petter Schela, he takes this first leg ahead of Switzerland, Poland and Estonia. So Jan Šedivi, now he was 6th yesterday. Jan Šedivi out on the second leg. Daniel Hubmann for Switzerland. And Bartosz Pawlak for Poland. And for Estonia, it will be the other Sil, Lauri Sil, out on the second leg here. So Daniel Hubmann didn't qualify for the final yesterday. This is a very good start for Czech Republic and Switzerland, the two favorite teams that managed to stay in the leading pack on this first leg. Waiting for the other teams now. Andrei Kramov, 49 seconds behind in 5th position. And here now comes Sweden and the Ukraine second team. Norway has also changed over, 104 behind in 6th position. Latvia second team, 108 behind in 7th position. Here Dmitry Chvetkov out for Russia. And Eskil Kinneberg heading out for Norway on this leg. Sweden 2, 118 behind. Finland 122, Great Britain.
Samozřejmě Jan Petr Žela, Honzo, promiň. A u mikrofonu České televize. Honzo, pojďme zhodnotit váš úsek.
Byl to ideální úsek. Z začátku jsem se držel ve skupině, ale byl jsem aktivní, většinou jsem to vedl. Hlídal jsem si všechno a jsem hrozně spokojený. Neuteklo mě tam vůbec nic. Byly tam trošku rozházený farsty, že asi ty varianty byly různý, takže chvíli jsem najednou tam měl kluky před sebou, pak najednou zase jsem měl kratší farstu, takže uvidíme, jak se to tam bude míchat, ale ta pozice je skvělá, takže teďka už věřím klukům, že to zvládnou.
Ale jde vidět, že čím náročnější trať, tak tím víc vám svědčí.
No, včera to nebylo úplně tak český middle, dneska ty štafety si myslím, že byly pro nás trošku přívětivější, že včera tam bylo hodně těch kamenů, bažinek, potoků dneska to bylo běžištější.
Jak jste na tom byl fyzicky, protože i v tom závěrečném finiši bylo vidět, že sil ještě máte dost.
No, mám 5 závodů v 6 dnech za sebou. Bál jsem se před závodem, že už to moc nepůjde, ale cítil jsem se dobře, takže spokojenost.
Moc díky.
So the standings at the exchange. First 10 teams to change over, so some gaps towards the end of this race. And Norway in 6th position. We have Sweden in 11th position, 125 behind. Oskar Sjöberg heading out now on the second leg. Great Britain first team is in 14th position. Latvia, Italy, Bulgaria, 142 behind. The French second team is 203 behind. Let's look at the first forkings for the leading group. Looks to be no problems, but Daniel Hubman, look how fast he's going. Daniel Hubman. Now also Germany, 205 behind, Spain, 240 behind, and New Zealand, 334 behind, has changed over. 23 teams have been to the changeover. So the tracking has stopped. We are waiting for the leading teams to come to the first split on the second leg. And one team is coming. Daniel Hubman, Switzerland. He's looking behind him to see where are the others. He has a chance here to give Matthias Kuburz a fantastic gap until the last leg. It's Poland, Bartosz Pawlak, 12 seconds behind. Jan Šediví, Czech Republic, 14 seconds behind. And Lauri Sil, Estonia, 20 seconds behind. So remember, Andrei Kramov, Russia, 48 seconds behind.
Další hodnocení vašeho prvního úseku.
Mně se to nepodařilo. Já jsem se bohužel odfarstoval hnedka po prvním dlouhým výběhu do kopce. Mně trošku došlo, myslel jsem si, že běžím na tu bažinku, na které mám kontrolu, a vyběhl jsem ještě o 5 vrstevnic výš. Tam mi všichni utekli, pak jsem šel takový solo závod. Chvilkama po té chybě jsem si byl trošku nejistý v tom nejrozbitějším. Pak jsem se trošku rozběhl a ke konci jsem možná lehce stáhnul něco málo zpátky, ale to už se nedalo zachránit moc. Bohužel pro mě nejhorší závod a tady na tomhle mistrovství.
Miloši, díky.
So here is the following teams then. 1 minute 10 seconds behind. Russia, Norway, Sweden 2. Sweden 119 behind. Finland 115 behind. And Switzerland 2 also. Now 12 teams punched here. The British second team is also here. British first team 1.5 minutes behind. Latvia first team, Martin Širmais running now, and also Italy 135, 137 behind. That's approximately the same gap as it was at the changeover. Finland. This is the Finnish second team, Olli Ojanaho. .154 behind. Just about 15 seconds. And the Czech second team 205 behind. The Czech runners discussing the routes after the first leg. You can also say that Austria changed over 4 minutes behind on the first leg. Norwegian second team 5:21 behind.
And as I said, 34 minutes and 20 seconds. The running time.
Also Portugal and Ireland around 6 minutes behind after the first leg. Still waiting for France to the first changeover, but he will be probably more than 10 minutes behind Vincent Coupa.
7:15 behind for Estonia 2 and Lithuania. Very soon we will pick up the GPS tracking once again on this longer leg between the third and fourth control. And now we have it. Here we have it. And here are the
So let's see
maybe route choices.
if the team split out on some different route choices here. On the first leg, looked like almost all the teams took the green route.
Ukraine.
So let's see what happens now on the second leg.
Is 8 minutes and 21 seconds behind. 8:21 behind. And here is also Hungary heading in for the changeover. Hungary's second team. And 8:38 behind. We're still waiting for France and Vincent Coupa. France, the bronze medalist team 2 years ago in Portugal.
Na obrazovce jste mezi tím viděli ty varianty postupu, tak jak je zamýšlel stavitel.
Teams still going out on this route. Nobody trying to climb the hill. Nobody going out on the right either.
Czech Republic with Jesenik and Estonia
Looks like Czech Republic and Poland are more or less together now with Daniel Hubmann. Lauri Sill not having the best route at the moment. Norway, Jesenik is in this second group. And they were 1 minute 10 seconds behind approximately. And it looks to be more or less the same now. As we can see in this first group now, Czech Republic will head to control A, Switzerland to control C, and also Poland to control C. So Poland will have the same forking as Switzerland. And Estonia has lost about 1 minute, so Lauri Sill will now probably get into the second group. Ukraine at the changeover, one of the outsider teams. Ukraine, Denis Chechilbakov, 8:21 behind. 8:21 behind. So it's looking very difficult for Ukraine.
So Belgium and France heading out right now. So
And France finally also changing over. Vincent Coupa to Luca Basse, and 10 minutes 48. 10 minutes 48 behind. He was together with Slovakian first and second team, and also Belgium changed over here, close to 11 minutes behind the leading team. They are taking different routes here. Czech Republic, who is going to control A, and Switzerland, Poland, who is going to control C. They are splitting up. And Estonia now together with Norway in this second group.
Nás určitě těší, že Honza Šedivý je aktivní a nejde jen za Danielem Hubmannem, ale volí, řekl bych, lepší stopu.
And Jan Šedivý with walking A control, so it looks fine. Switzerland, Daniel Hubmann should have C, yes, and Marcus Pavlak also C, the very same as Daniel Hubmann, but now they are splitting up there, Poland and Switzerland, and Daniel Hubmann not the very right direction right now.
What is he doing right now, Daniel Hubmann? He had problems in the middle distance qualification. Was only 19th and could not qualify for the final. Now he is struggling again. Well done by Bartosz Pawlak, who is moving away from Hubman. Looks to be heading straight for his control. Hubman is now also in the right direction, but he's losing time here, Daniel Hubman and Switzerland. This will probably be, could be close to a minute that he is losing. He's doing some of the same mistake as France were doing. Yeah, he's still struggling, Daniel Hubman. This is not good for Switzerland. Czech Republic. Jesenik is doing well. He has been to the A control, and now also Bartosz Pawlak is on his way to the C control. And Switzerland is in problems because the second group is coming now, Norway and Estonia. And luckily now we are also on this TV control with the Czech team, Jan Jesenik in front. And how far behind is Poland? This is looking really good for the Czech Republic. Here comes Bartosz Pawlak. In this very rocky area. Very stony. 25 seconds behind for Pawlak. And Hubman now on the way. He's going to control C. Norway is going to control B. Looks good. Estonia is going to control A and has been to control A now. So Hubman will be in this second group, maybe even a little bit behind this second group. Who is coming here? The Swiss second team. Baptiste Rollier is in front here together with the British team. Also Norway. Here we see how rocky it is, how stony for the athletes. Baptiste Rollier, he beats the Swiss second team. That will be the best Swiss team today, 1:22 behind. And Peter Hodkinson for the British second team, Eskilstuna Norway, 1:30 behind. Swedish second team, Johan Runesson, 1:33 behind. Here comes Estonia. You can see Russia and Swedish first team. Still no Daniel Hubman. 1:46 to Lauri Sill. He has lost 1.5 minutes. And then there is Russia, Svetkov, there's Sjöberg, and Latvia's second team with Rudolf Černis. And still no Hubman.
And now we can see some replay from this long leg and the troubles for Daniel Hubman, Switzerland. He will get lost there in the green area.
So we have 10 teams.
I'm still waiting for no other team, and now Daniel Hubman punched it.
10 teams. 2:25 is Switzerland behind, together with Bulgaria right now. We see a big mistake for Daniel Hubman. It's very rare to see Hubman make this kind of mistakes that he has done these couple of days here. And Poland has also caught up with the Czech Republic, as we can see. Going now to forkings B and C, so Czech Republic to B and Poland to C.
Italy and Bradstreet also Great Britain, 3 minutes behind. And here comes standings.
Here's the standings at the second split. British first team is 3:03 behind. You're missing the Finnish first team there. He finished second team. Olioja now is 2:54 behind, but no punch from Aro Asikainen so far. Missing Finland one.
Viděli jste,
A?
teď to máte na grafice, 15. místo, české Bčko, Pavel Kubák štafetu posunul nahoru, běží s Finem Ojanahem, to je finské Bčko.
17 teams have punched that second split.
Poland is with Czech Republic here. We saw Sweden and Switzerland on the first leg, and they had the C forking, and they went together with the teams that had B. They lost some time on this, so there is a chance here now for Jan Šediví to open up a gap for the Czech Republic. Wojciech Kral will run the last leg for Czech Republic. And Mateusz Wensław will run the last leg for Poland. Aro Asikainen now 4:24 behind. He's together with Austria and the French second team. Finland out there on the second split. So 4.5 minutes behind now. He has lost since the changeover. Aro Asikainen, more than 3 minutes. More than 3 minutes to Czech Republic.
You can see Switzerland too, but this is Rollier, and he should also have seen the blue one. Some meters behind right now, as you can see. Norway 1 with Eskil Killeberg, and then Daniel Huckman, Switzerland 1. And Daniel Huckman, the red one. The Poland, Marco Pawlak, no problem. So he's carry on to see. It's easy here for Marco Pawlak. It's very same. If you have B up there, you have also B down. So Jan Šediví on his way to the run down, the B control.
Začnou už pomalu zkoukat do své kontrole. To je ještě farstované. Jan Šediví bude brát to Bčko. Také Cčko.
As you can see, also quite big difference on the
A little bit more than halfway on this second leg. And there are no big groups anymore. As we can see, the teams are spread out on this forking.
It will be very interesting to see the next split. And it comes
And it's now the Czech Republic and Poland who is in the lead. But Baptiste Rollier is going very well here for the Swiss team. Swiss second team. Looks like the strongest Swiss team right now. He is more than 1 minute ahead of the first team. The second team will have Martin Hubman on the last leg, so it's a very strong team. Denmark more than 5 minutes behind right now. And as we can see once again, the B forking is a bit faster. The Czech Republic has a chance here to open up a gap ahead of the last leg. And Hubman is around 1 minute behind Estonia right now, but he's more behind Baptiste Rollier. He's going so fast right now, Baptiste Rollier. He will soon catch up with Poland, I think. And also the Swedish second team is going well. Johan Runesson is going better than the first team right now.
He's running pretty good. He's running very good, Jan Šediví. Very, very good so far on this leg before the Czech team.
So Poland, a different route here. I think Pawlak is losing some time here. waiting at this control. It's not easy to see the control inside this forest. At least not on my screen. Where's the flag? Where is the flag? There it is. And Jan Šedivý is leading for Czech Republic. We'll have the splits then on the next control, as we remember from the first leg. And he is all alone now, Jan Šedivý. And who is the next team now? Could it be Switzerland? Baptiste Rollier, or Sweden, Johan Runesson? Or will it be Poland, Bartosz Pawlak? It's Sweden. Johan Runesson is the second team to punch here. And Poland. Bartosz Pawlak. And here is Rollier also. And Hodkinson for the British second team. So we will have the exact timings here. He's all alone now in the lead. Can he keep this lead until the changeover, Jan Šedivý? Small mistake there. Losing some seconds. So let's see now. He had 25 seconds to Poland at the last split. It's probably around the same. But they were together, as we know, and Johan Runesson was 1:33 behind. So he has taken 1 minute now, Runesson. 29 seconds to Poland, 31 seconds to the Swedish second team. Martin Regborn will run the last leg, and here comes also now Rollier. Was 1:22 behind, now 39 seconds behind, and Hodkinson. It's also taken around 40 seconds. So Norway was in this group. Here comes Kineberg. All of them are getting closer. And the Swedish first team as well. With Oskar Sjöberg, 56 seconds and 1 minute behind. We have 7 teams now inside 1 minute. So they are getting closer. They have taken 40 to 50 seconds, these teams, to and on Jan Šedivý. Between these splits, and soon we will come into this rocky area also. So remember, Russia. Valentin Novikov will run the last leg. 1.5 minutes behind for Dmitry Svetkov and Latvia. 1:40 behind. Yeah, small mistake for Czech Republic down there, and Poland catches up. Still wait for Daniel Hubman to this 10th control. See Poland losing some time here on their route. Small mistake then by the Czech team, and now they are into this green area, and it looks like they are all together now. They have caught up with the Czech Republic. And some mistake for all of the teams, and now it looks like there is a bigger group again. We will see them soon. It's actually Norway now in the front, but we see some GPSs have stopped, so they will get back online soon. Daniel Hubman, Switzerland, 2:18. 2:18 the gap to Switzerland. What is Norway doing right now? He has the B control. And also Switzerland too is going to B. They are struggling a bit. And Sweden 2, Czech Republic and Poland all had C, and these three teams have now opened up this gap. They lost time here, Norway and Switzerland. Clearly, we will have the three leading teams now towards these controls. It's Sweden 2, Czech Republic and Poland. Estonia 2.5 minutes behind, Latvia 3:08 behind, the Latvian first team. British first team is 3:19 behind, and Bulgaria 3:27 behind right now. And here comes the leading three teams. This will be an interesting challenge for Mateusz Węcław on the last leg for Poland. Here's Norway and Sweden. These are their first teams. Rollier should also be quite close. Next control is the split. Sjöberg. (54, 56 seconds behind. These are the three leaders. Baptiste Rollier in sixth position for Switzerland, and the British second team as well. 1:15, 1:20. Are they behind? And we are waiting for the Swiss first team also. So soon the arena passage for these three leading teams. Soon the arena passage and the changeover.
Very soon we are waiting for the first teams to the arena and the passage.
Co nás může těšit, je, že se to pole opět natahuje, a to, že je Česká republika na čele, nás těší.
Russia, Dmitry Shvetkov 2 minutes behind. So he's also losing about 30 seconds. Still no Daniel Hubman. We are waiting for the leading three teams. They just have the final part of the course left now. It's Jan Čerevi for the Czech Republic in the lead. Daniel Hubman 2.5 minutes behind. 2.5 minutes behind for the Swiss first team. Maybe it's a little bit too much to catch up for Matthias Kiburz on the last leg. So less than 5 minutes to go for the changeover for these three teams. Wojciech Kral, Martin Regborn and Mateusz Węcław. That's the three runners waiting to head out on the last leg for the leading teams. Norway and Sweden. Still around 50 seconds behind. They are in with a chance still. Magne Dæhlie will run the last leg for Norway. Gustav Bergman for Sweden. Two very strong runners on the last leg for Norway and Sweden. Medalists from this championship, both of them. 2 silvers for Bergman and 1 silver for Dæhlie. And 110 to Switzerland and Great Britain. With Alan Sherry on the last leg for Great Britain. Martin Hubmann for the Swiss second team. They are both second teams here, and they are almost catching up now with Sweden and Norway. Almost. Another very good performance from Baptiste Rollier in this championship. Also Daniel Hubmann is interesting, of course. Can he get the gap down to below 2 minutes, Daniel Hubmann? Can be important, 30 seconds. If he can get a bit closer, it's 2:17 now, 2:17. So he has taken 15 seconds in towards the arena here. He can get the gap down to below 2 minutes. It's a chance for Kibbutz, I think, but they have strong runners ahead also with Gustav Bergman and Magne Dæhlie, for instance. This is a very open relay right now, with still some 8, 9, 10 teams in the fight for the medals. But these are the leading teams, and it's once again the home team of Czech Republic heading into the changeover. Here comes Johan Runesson now. Wants to push Jan Šerevi for the lead here. He has some power left, Johan Runesson. Bringing Sweden up into the lead on this second leg. Sweden with Johan Runesson will change over to Martin Regborn, the bronze medalist from the long distance, and Jan Šerevi to Wojciech Kral. Bartosz Pawlak 6 seconds behind when Mateusz Węchrap is heading out on the last leg for Poland. Surprise team so far. Still strong here, Eskil Kinneberg. Opened up a gap to Sweden. He's tired now, Oskar Sjöberg. And Baptiste Rollier is getting closer to Sweden. Kinneberg has some power. Will get away from Sweden. He's bringing Magne Dæhlie. A small gap down to Gustav Bergman. So it's around 50 seconds. Magne Dæhlie heading out on the last leg. 49 seconds up to the 3 leading teams. And Oskar Sjöberg giving everything. The silver medalist from the sprint and from the middle distance yesterday. Gustav Bergman 1 minute 1 second behind. So Sweden still in the gold medal fight here. Also the Swedish first team. And Switzerland second team, 1:08 behind. Here comes Martin Hubmann. Those 6 teams are clearly fighting for the medals here. And some mistake on the last part for the British second team. Peter Hodgkinson has lost some time here, probably on the forking in the last part of the course. 1:41 behind. And here comes Daniel Hubmann now, and Dmitry Cvetkov. It will be a little bit more than 2 minutes. So it will be 1 minute up to Sweden, for instance, a little bit more than 1 minute. So it will be tough for Switzerland and Russia, but we are not ruling them out 100% here. So but these are surely the final 2 teams that are in with a chance for a medal today. 2:16 for Switzerland and 2:20 for Russia. 9 teams have changed over, and within these 9 teams, I am sure that we will have the medalists. Let's look at the start then on the third leg. Soon we will have the leading teams to the TV control. We can see Norway, Magne Dæhlie going around on the road here. Let's see how well that route seems to be for Norway. Also British first team, Czech second team has punched
mistr druhý
in
úseku,
the
jak
finish, and
komentátoři
Latvian first
nazvali
team,
váš
they are
dnešní
around
výkon,
3
tak
minutes
jak vy jste s
behind.
tím spokojený?
Já výkon úplně neřeším, je to prostě v kontaktu s čelem, že jsme druhý, takže je to skvělý a teď je to na tom finishmanu, jak to dá, jo. Nic jiného na štafetách neznamená, než prostě doběhnout na čele.
A jak se vám mapovalo? Protože když jsme se podívali třeba na postup na 5. kontrolu, kde jste běžel ještě s Danielem Humanem, který tam ovšem chyboval, nerozhodilo vás to?
Nerozhodilo, protože já jsem nevěděl, že Danáš tam jde do chyby, jo. Já jsem si říkal, že má jinou volbu a jde doleva, že to musím ustát hol sám. Uvidím, jestli ho ještě uvidím, no. Takže to, a když jsem ho neviděl, tak jsem myslel, že už je pryč samozřejmě, protože pak tam byly takové nejistoty, ale to jako vůbec ve štafetách nevadí, prostě jsme na čele a teď se bude bojovat poslední úsek, no.
A ještě mapově a fyzicky spokojený tedy?
No, bylo už to náročný, je to 5. závod v 6 dnech, protože jsou tady kvalifikace a už to bylo, jsem s tím počítal, že to bude ubojovaný pro ty kluky, který šli long, tak to byly 2 těžký závody, navíc jsme tam měli už v nohách, no, ale prostě bojujeme.
Ať to vyjde, Honzo, díky.
Czech Republic, Poland and Sweden. 3 teams still close together here. Let's see if Norway can get any closer. They were 50 seconds behind.
Když tak s Pavlem. Pavel Kubát stahoval ztrátu, kterou nabral Miloš Nikodým, tak Pavle, jak vy jste spokojený s dnešním výkonem?
Dneska to bylo super, sice už cítím únavu, ale mapově jsem šel v klidu čistě a snažil jsem se až do cíle vystupňovat to tempo trošku, takže dneska spokojenost. A ještě větší spokojenost tím, že kluci Ačko, že jdou na placku, no, to je paráda.
Z mapového hlediska tedy všechno bez komplikací?
Myslím si, že jo, šel jsem tam jednu horší volbu, kdy jsem obíhal po pasece, která byla v celku zarostlá, ale jinak super.
Pavle, díky.
This is the standings at the second exchange. Sweden, Czech Republic, Poland, Norway, Sweden won. We have the information that Sweden won. Oskar Sjöberg is disqualified on this second leg. So Sweden won is out of the relay. Sweden won, and also Latvia second team, Rudolf Černis, they are out of this relay, unfortunately. Both these disqualifications are confirmed. Matthias Kiburz, 2 minutes 6 seconds. 2 minutes 6 seconds behind the leaders. So he's taking some few seconds. We saw also that Norway Magne Dæhlie lost some time on his route choice. He's 1 minute 1 second behind now, so he's lost about 10 seconds. You see here that the gap is very close to 1 minute, and they are all going on the same route choice here. I have not seen any athletes going straight or to the right.
7 minutes and 30 seconds behind.
Tady vidíme na trekkingu, ta trojice Král, Venclav, Rekord, stále pospolu.
Right now we have a battle there from Wojciech Král, Czech Republic, Mattias Venclav from Poland, and Martin Rehborn from Sweden. Denmark is coming to lesson to Magnus Jesenik on the last leg for the Danish team. 20th position right now.
So Finland now 5 minutes behind at the changeover. Also Austria, Estonia, Laurisil lost time and 4.5 minutes behind at the changeover. Looks to struggle with his physical shape, Laurisil. Denmark 8 minutes behind in 20th position. Right now at the changeover, 20 teams been heading out on the last leg.
Everybody is on the left road choice. There's some micro road choices, of course, but left.
Na tom postupu na čtvrtou kontrolu to všechny běžky tlačí spíše do té levé varianty. Tu pravou nevyzkoušel zatím nikdo z těch, které jsme měli možnost sledovat.
Some more teams also at the second control. Russia was there 2:28 behind. Latvia with double speechless, but they are disqualified. That's a pity. Jan Poshaska, Czech Republic 2, 3:15 behind. Graham Brisbane, Great Britain 3:19 behind. So that means he has done pretty equal with the leading team. So
in this forking, Czech Republic, Switzerland and Poland. Czech Republic, Switzerland and Poland. They all have the same forking here. Has to go to B. Norway and Sweden too are going to control A. In the south part of the map.
Together with Poland, great, nice surprise today with a nice run from Wojciech Kowalski and Martin Polak so far, and Mattias Venclav now on the last leg for the Polish team. Very nice.
Repeat information that the Swedish first team has been confirmed disqualified on the second leg, mispunch by Oskar Sjöberg. So that's why we will not show the Swedish first team on this GPS tracking. See Poland now some meters behind. Czech first team, Swedish second team.
Now they are heading down to this.
Sweden has to go to A, Czech Republic to B. Poland not in contact with the Czech team here. They are going to the same control. Here comes Norway, Magne Dæhlie, and the Swiss second team, Martin Hubmann. Norway heading to A, Switzerland 2 heading to control B. We are on the second forking now. The course.
Mattias Venclav not capable to follow Martin Rehborn and Wojciech Král. So Wojciech Král and Martin Rehborn together, and B for Wojciech Král and A for.
This is the last leg then of the men's race. We remind you that the women's race will start at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock, the start of the women's race.
Of course, but how it is. But Norway with Magne Dæhlie, and Norway will have A, also that one in purple.
Looks to be still around 1 minute between Norway and Switzerland. Very open this race right now. Let's see how will Czech Republic and Sweden handle this controls. We saw what happened to Daniel Hubmann. We saw what happened to Vincent Coppard, both losing a lot of time in this area, staying in the green. Now they have found the stream. So probably now it's just to follow the stream up to the controls. Sweden heading to control A. Czech Republic heading to control B. Then they are crossing the stream. And now I think they are in some problems. It's quite dense in here. And look at Norway and Switzerland too. They are getting a much better entrance to this control. Looking best for Czech Republic because they are going to B. Martin Regborn has to go back to A. So he has already crossed the stream. He has to go back again. Norway is going to A, and Switzerland too is going to B. And maybe they will now be all together very soon. Czech Republic still a bit in front. Still just over 1 minute down to Matthias Kiburz. Now Czech Republic is on his control, the control B, but Sweden, second team, has to go back to control A. Norway now at his control, control A, and Switzerland has to go to control B. They will just go straight through, so here Sweden too is in problems. Martin Regborn. Is this where Sweden will lose their medals chance? He's together with Poland now, Martin Regborn. And here comes the leading teams now. Czech Republic still running in front. Wojciech Kral. And Norway now, Magne Dæhlie has caught up with Czech Republic. Right now it's Czech Republic and Norway fighting for the gold medal. And let's see the gap now. What will the gap be? Martin Hubmann, Switzerland, is still close. Only 17 seconds. Only 17 seconds. And Martin Regborn comes together with Gustav Bergman. Bergman is disqualified, we know. But Regborn is 35 seconds. 35 seconds. So here maybe we see what happened with Oskar Sjöberg.
Tady se nám režie snaží ukázat tracking Oskara Sjöberga. Já mám informace, že ta chyba byla někde jinde.
He was going to
control on this last leg. Still no punch from Poland. So Czech Republic 5 seconds ahead of Norway and 17 seconds down to Switzerland too. And Martin Regborn Sweden too, 35 seconds down. No other team has punched that control yet. Still waiting for the next team. Now we got Poland and Matthias Wandrol together with Russia and Valentin Novikov. They are 1:35 behind.
So Matthias Kiburz 1:32. 1:32 behind now is Matthias Kiburz together with Poland and Russia. Together with Poland and Russia. So he's getting closer. Matthias Kiburz, he has taken about 40 seconds from the changeover. Magne Dæhlie has taken around 50 seconds. We've seen that this entrance to the control, like Norway and Switzerland is doing here, is much better. Those who takes the entrance from the north, they have been struggling with this controls. Now they are spreading out again on the forking. Now it's the third forking. Czech Republic and Norway have the same forking here. going to C, and they are managing to stay higher up in the terrain. We have seen a lot of the teams previously going to forking C. They have joined the teams going to B, which Sweden too will also have C. Martin Regborn has the same here as Norway and Switzerland, while Switzerland too has A. Switzerland 1 also A. This could be a very decisive part now of this relay, this forking here. And right now it's Sweden 2. Looks to be in some problems. Heading to the north of this green area. We've seen that those C runners have lost some seconds. Czech Republic and Norway, they are quite high up in the terrain now. They will get a downhill entrance to this control, which should be fairly easy for them now as soon as they get across the through the green area. They will just hit the stream and the control. But it's quite dense in this area. Sweden 2 looks to be doing well here. They were 35 seconds behind. The last split. This works well for Sweden 2. So now we have 3 of the teams going to C, and we have Martin Hubman for Switzerland going to A. Where is Poland in this forking? I don't have them on the tracking right now. And this is very interesting right now. Martin Regborn executed this route better than we have seen some of the other teams do. But it's still Czech Republic running in front, as it has been for most of this relay. Heading into the green area now. This is a small advantage here for Martin Hubman, because he is at his control right now, the control A. And he can just throw himself down the slope like Swiss runners are so good at. And the other has to fight in the green area. So right now it's Switzerland in the lead of this relay. That is clear. The Swiss second team is leading this relay now.
With his own control there, and the 3 guys are now together, I can say, because Martin Regborn
and Czech Republic, Norway and Sweden are close together, but they are some meters behind Switzerland. And only 1 forking to go now of this relay. As you can see, the last loop, they all have the same combination on the last leg. It's now only 1 forking to go, and that forking has also proven to be very decisive on the north side of this big hill. And it looks too far up for Matthias Kiburz. He was 1.5 minutes behind. He's surely not any closer now. Looks like he's a little bit more behind. And he needs the teams in front to make mistakes. See the GPS tracking units stopped now for Sweden and Norway, but we assume, of course, they are still together with Czech Republic. Now we are waiting for them in this quite dense forest. Will it be Martin Hubman now? Will it be a red dress for Switzerland? No, it's still Czech Republic. It is still Czech Republic. Wojciech Kral. Wojciech Kral. With Sweden and Norway following. And here comes Hubman also. These four teams are fighting for the gold medal right now. We have Gustav Bergman also in this group. He is, his team is disqualified, as we know. And I think it's only these teams now who can win the gold medal. He looks strong, Wojciech Kral. He's stretching out this group. It's Gustav Bergman who's following closest, and he does a bit of the same mistake as Jan Šedivi did. Has to climb a little bit up to this control. It's actually a small cliff there on the map. It's not so big in the terrain, I think. But 10 seconds in the first four. Let's see, where are the chasers? Okay, so now we can see where Sweden mispunched on the last leg. He's going to forking A. Here.
We are waiting for the next bit very soon also, to the 12th and 13th control here, right before the arena passage. And here's the mistake from Oscar Thörberg on the second leg for Sweden. Here comes that A control. But he didn't. That was the mistake.
And he is going directly, as we can see, to his second control in this forking. So missing that control with the big circle around it. Unfortunately for Sweden, they are out of this relay. Oh, here is Kyburz and Novikov. They are still more than 1.5 minutes behind. Maybe he looks a little bit more tired today, Matthias Kyburz. I don't know. 1:45, 1:47. Looks difficult with the medals. It's this next forking now who will decide. If the leading teams make some mistake, there is of course still a chance for these teams. Poland 2:08 behind. Let's see how they do now in this forking. Switzerland, Czech Republic and Norway are up there at forking A. Switzerland is on the forking C. And Swedish second team is on forking B. So this is the last forking of this race. And Czech Republic, Norway has taken control A, which clearly looks like a difficult one. And Martin Hubman has done really well, taking control C, which to be fair looks like a bit shorter, forking on this loop. And then control B has proven to be difficult for many teams. We don't have the tracking there now on Martin Regborn, so we will see them. Here comes Martin Hubman and Gustav Bergman. So Switzerland now leading this relay. And the Swiss second team is now very close to bringing this relay home. Florian Hovald, Baptiste Rollier and Martin Hubman. Let's see, how big is the gap now? From Switzerland down to the followers. Has he decided the race on this forking? Of course, at this point, Gustav Bergman does not know that his team is disqualified. Here comes Czech Republic. But he has a gap now. Martin Hubman, where is the Swedish second team? Where is Norway? Would be another silver for Czech Republic, like 2 years ago in Portugal. .33 seconds behind now for Czech Republic. So this forking once again splits up the teams. And no sign of Norway, Sweden. Here comes Magne Dæhlie now for Norway. And there is also Sweden. Martin Regborn, 57 seconds behind. So they are losing almost 1 minute on this forking. So could Switzerland and Russia get any closer to a possible medal? Lots of trees in the forest. Some runners too. Here's Wojciech Kral losing another 10 seconds now to Martin Hubman. And here's Norway and Sweden now. Are getting a bit closer to Wojciech Kral. They can see the Czech runner in front here. But there is a big gap up to Switzerland. Question is if it is too big. Here comes Martin Hubman now. And clearly in the lead, about 40 seconds, the gap for Martin Hubman. He's trying to fight here against Sweden, Gustav Bergman. And where are the chasers? Here comes Czech Republic, and behind there we see the Swedish second team as well, who is the best Swedish team and the team fighting for the medals. Wojciech Kral. And Norway and Sweden are getting even closer to the Czech team. First Magne Dæhlie and then Martin Regborn. So here we see Gustav Bergman. He was told here at the spectator control that he was disqualified. So he has been taken out of the race. That's very good to see. Martin Hubmann now has to do it all by himself. Must have been a big surprise for Martin Hubmann when suddenly Gustav Bergman stopped. And let's see now. This is Czech Republic and Norway. We are waiting for Switzerland. Here comes Martin Hubmann now. A little bit longer loop for this last leg. And around 40 seconds is the gap for Switzerland. Here is Wojtek Kral. Here's Magne Dæhlie. He was in this same fight last year at the World Championship, Magne Dæhlie. Then he secured the silver medal for Norway. Now he's still in with the fight for the gold here. And I think they are getting closer to Martin Hubmann. And no Martin Regborn right now. Let's see. Seems like the tracking for Hubmann is not working so well. It's quite tricky, this 17th and 18th control. It's a flat area, it's a dense area, and it's a new area, so no tracks from previous legs. Wojtek Kral is taking this control well. It's unfortunate that we don't have the Swiss second team, of course, but we should have a camera also on this last part of the course. Norway and Czech Republic head to head now towards this 18th control. And Hubmann has punched there at the 18th control. And the lead is getting smaller, but it's still quite a clear lead for Martin Hubmann. 23 and 26 seconds at this third last control of this course. So now it's only the two controls in the field that will decide this. And Martin Hubmann, you're waiting for him at the second last control. Norway and Czech Republic, they are splitting up here. This is the fight now for the silver medal, because Martin Regborn is 53 seconds behind, so it looks difficult for a medal for Sweden. But Czech Republic and Norway, they are fighting here. We are waiting for Martin Hubmann. This was Austria on the first loop. But where is Switzerland? Where is Switzerland? Where is Martin Hubmann? And they get any closer, the teams behind. This is Austria and Finland heading for the changeover. So we need to focus now on the second last control. And Martin Hubmann is coming now. And he still has some gap down to Czech Republic and Norway. Here he comes, Martin Hubmann for the Swiss second team. And it's not a big surprise with a Swiss victory. Here comes Magne Dæhlie and the Czech Republic, and they are getting closer to Martin Hubmann. And Kral has no more power now, but the Swiss team. And it's the Swiss second team, so it's not a big surprise with the Swiss gold, but that it's the Swiss second team who will do it. This is a great surprise on this final day, but it's a very strong team with Florian Håvald, Baptiste Rollier and Martin Hubmann on this last leg. And Norway, another silver medal like in the World Championship last year. Magne Dæhlie bringing Norway into silver, and Czech Republic on home ground, their first medal in this championship. Wojtek Kral into a bronze medal. Jan Petržela, Jan Šediví, Wojciech Král. And I think that the Czech team are very happy also with the bronze medal, but they have been in front of this relay for so long time today. Really done a great performance here on home ground, but also Norway should be very satisfied with a silver medal. The disappointments, of course, is for Sweden, with the first team disqualified on the second leg, and Martin Regborn losing the battle for the medals here on the last leg. Sweden finishing in 4th position. And it's the Swiss first team then coming in, but we already have their second team in the finish. So they will be in 5th place, the Swiss second team, and of course the Swiss first team, but the Swiss second team is the one that counts in today's relay. So it will be Russia with Valentin Novikov, who will be the 5th country to cross the finish line. So European Championships, 5th place for Russia. And we are waiting also for the 6th team. Let's see if Poland can hang on to top 6. I don't think they can, because Mateusz Węcław, he has lost a lot of time. He's 10 minutes behind now on the last radio. 10 minutes behind for Poland. And the Czech second team also done a great relay here into the 7th position, cheered by a big crowd today for this final relay. And the 7th team to finish is Jan Prochaska.
Vojto, tak pro českou reprezentaci to konečně cinklo. Jaké hodnocení dnešního závodu?
Z medailí musíme být všichni naprosto spokojení. To, že je to bronzová, byla otázka toho finiše, který jsem já dneska prostě neměl, kluci byli lepší. Ale ten výkon, co jsem podal, byl celkem obstojný, až na jednu chybičku, ale ustál jsem to.
A jak se vlastně skládala ta dnešní štafeta?
Honza Petržela zaběhl velice kvalitní základ v prvním úseku, přidával první. Honza Šediví zaběhl svůj obvyklý standard a přidával, myslím, že druhý. Ten za Bčkem Švédu a já jsem... Hodlám si, že to byl takový standardní výkon štafetový. Nezazářil jsem, kdybych zazářil, třeba by to bylo lepší, ale musíme brát to, co je, jsme spokojení.
Vojto, díky a gratuluji.
Wojciech Král very happy with the bronze medal, of course. Waiting for the next team. We have 7 teams that have come to the finish, and 5 countries have been in the finish. So we are waiting still for the 6th country, who will also be on the podium for today's relay. It looks like it will be Austria. It's a fight here, Austria against Finland. Robert Merl running all the races in this championship. He's the only man to do this. And still he has the power to sprint away from Finland. This is the Finnish second team, Mikko Sirén. And it will be Austria in 6th position of the countries here. Finland in 7th, and Latvia is coming into 8th position among the countries. We have some second teams in here as well. Edgars Bertuks will make Latvia the 8th country. Disappointed. disappointed.
Right now we have, that is only 8 minutes. That is only 8 minutes to stop. For the women.
The Finnish second team also beating the Finnish first team today. In the men's relay, 10 teams have finished. 8 different countries are in the finish. Czech Republic leading after the first leg. Czech Republic also leading the pack in big part of the second leg. Johan Runesson in the end, who changed over first. But the last leg, Martin Hubmann for the Swiss second team. He had enough power in the end. He decided everything on the last forking of the race. And Switzerland takes the win ahead of Norway and Czech Republic. All 3 first teams inside 13 seconds. So, the flower ceremony for the men's race. Please enjoy the pictures from the flower ceremony. And very soon we will be ready for the women's start, which will be in 6 minutes from now.
The flower ceremony, our dear guest, Jesenik, the member of the Parliament of Czech Republic, then Gabriela Bulešová, the Council of Černá, she is a member of ours as well, and Adam Kamenický, the chairman of the Czech Orienteering Organization. Květiny našim nejlepším mužům předávají Jesenik, poslanec parlamentu České republiky, Gabriela Bulešová, zastupitelka obce Černá Voda, a Adam Kamenický, předseda Českého svazu orientačních sportů.
Do third place na 3. místě tým Czech Republic, Česká republika, Jan Petržela, Jan Chodivý a Vojtěch Král. Fanoušci rozhodně litují, že si dneska přistali do vašeho koránu do Černé Vody. Second place na 2. místě tým Norway, Karol Dagakos, Eskil Kineberg a Magredeli. And the first place in the new European Champions. První místo a nový evropští mistři jsou ze Švýcarska, Switzerland. Julian Holland, Martin Sokolie a Martin Hubmann.
Switzerland again, unstoppable force in this European Championship.
Switzerland, Norway, and the Czech Republic, 3 best teams in men's relays.
We'll ask the photographers to take some last photos.
Let's have a look then at the map for the women. First forking is the same as for the men. Then the first TV split as well. The same leg across the big hill, but it's a shorter leg. And as we can see, there is also a forking there on the third control. So it should be different route choices. Should be the best ones, depending on which control you have at number 3. The same forking here on the hill, which has created a lot of problems for the men, and then towards the finish the courses are again the same. So it's the same courses except from this loop to the east. The women never get there. It's 4.9 kilometers, 4.9 kilometers for the first 2 legs, and 5.2 kilometers for the last leg. Once again, the start numbers are showing the positions from the European Championships 2 years ago in Portugal, with Switzerland. Julia Gross, Sabine Hauswirth and Judith Wider is the team for Switzerland today. Sweden, Lina Strand, Emma Johansson, Tove Alexandersson. Russia, Anastasia Rudnaya, Natalia Vinogradova and Svetlana Mironova. Denmark, Signe Klinting, Ida Bobak, Maja Alm. And we also have strong teams from Norway and Finland. Silje Ekerhol Jaren, Ida Marines Bjørgul, Heidi Bakstevold for Norway, and Sari Antonen, Marika Teini, Merja Rantanen for Finland. And the local Czech team, Denisa Kosova on the first leg, Dana Šafka-Broškova and Jana Knapova is the team for the Czech Republic. Lina Strand, the first leg runner for Sweden, like she was in the sprint relay as well. Some strong second teams too. Sweden, Lilian Forsgren, Anna Backman, Alva Olsson. Switzerland, Jelena Roos, Sarina Jense, Rahel Friedrich. Finland, Sofia Hajanen, Saila Kinni, Venla Harju. A very strong second team for Finland. I would say Finland has two equal teams here. They look very similar, these two Finnish teams. Norway, Inger Myhre, Marianne Andersen, Emma Johansson, and also Russia too. Julia Novikova, Galina Vinogradova and Natalia Efimova has a strong team today. And let's look for some outsiders as well. Great Britain, Jess Tully, Kat Taylor and Holly Orr. Holly Orr with a couple of great performances here. So we should also watch out for the British team and the French team, Isia Basset, Lea Verselotti and Amélie Chatin. Soon getting ready for the start. "29 teams on the start line in the women's race. And now they are underway. They are underway. So after the first 10 teams in the men's race, Great Britain is in 11th in the finish. Graham Gristwood just beating the second team. Alan Sherry in 12th position. Estonia is 13. Finland first team is 14. Norway 2, 15. France 2, 16. Russia 2, 17. And Poland, who were in the leading group for so long, finished in the end in 18th position. And we have Bulgaria in 19th position and Ukraine in 20th position. 20 teams in the finish so far for the men. But now it's all about the women. We have the first forking and then the TV control. The men's used about 4 minutes to this first TV control, so it will be very soon. We will see the women also to this second control. And let's see now if there will be any route choices on this big hill, because now some runners has an extra control there. And it should affect the route choice.
For Sweden today, Lina Strand on the first leg, Emma Johansson second, and
Florian Hovald discussing with Matthias Kibuts. So here is some tracking for the women's race. Denisa Kosova running the first leg for Czech Republic. Signe Klinting for Denmark. Denmark has a really strong team with Ida Bobak and Maja Alm on the second and the third leg. So the first leg will be crucial here for Denmark. Signe Klinting, if she can stay with the main pack here, Denmark will be really strong contenders for the medals. Sweden, Helena Jansson has a cold, so she's withdrawn from the team. Emma Johansson taking her place on the second leg. But we remember that Tove Alexandersson yesterday, she was more than 2 minutes faster than anyone else on this on a 5-kilometer course. So let's not forget about Sweden today. We could have some really good fights here with Judith Wider, Tove Alexandersson, Maja Alm all running the last leg. The same with Svetlana Mironova of Russia. Seems to have a good start here, Russia. It's Anastasia Rudnaya running the first leg, but we see the other tracking units. They are not working at the moment, so we expect the teams soon in the TV pictures. We remember it was a big group in the men's class, so the four kings in the beginning did not separate anything in the men's race. Let's see if something has happened in the women's race. Here we are in the forest. Who will be the first team? Will it be Russia, or are there any other teams leading the pack? It is Russia. Anastasia Rudnaya. Sweden, Lina Strand. First two teams. Look strong here, Russia. First to punch. 4 minutes 52. Sweden, Lina Strand. Russia's second team is there. Julia Novikova. Norway, 10 seconds behind. Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Denmark. The two Finnish teams are there. And they are all there now. In a big group. Remember, 29 teams started in this relay, and we have 23 teams inside the first 30 seconds. And here we probably have the rest of the teams now. 27 teams now has punched.
And as it was, of course, we saw from the men's relay and teams, a long line here, passing this first stage of the first leg. It's already the second control. There's no surprise at all.
So let's see now if any of the teams are splitting up in different route choices. Russia going to control A here. Czech Republic are going to control C. It's only those who have control A who has one additional control in this area. Sweden have control B, but they are going together with Russia, so they will go around on the south side. Czech Republic have control C. They are moving around on the north side. So here they are clearly splitting up.
Even in the last move, I was not sure if it's about gold, about phones, because the Swedish team stopped spectator control, so I was a little confused.
It control, remember we have TV control there later on the course. Czech Republic, a different route.
I was running to the second last control with a little mixed feeling, because I didn't really know which place I am at the moment. And then I came too much to the right, and suddenly I saw the Czech Republic coming from the back, and I knew now I have to speed up. I realized that driving.
Now you are European champions and you're the floor and home out and two proving. It's a nice feeling.
Yeah, it has been an awesome week, and I didn't expect to win an individual medal because my preparation wasn't that good because of my studies. So I skipped some times with national team this year, and I arrived on Friday just before the sprint relay. And yeah, I came here with joy because I just finished.
Denmark also on this southern route. They have the control A, just like Russia. And Sweden has to go to control B. We'll also see which controls they have down here.
And now 5 gold medals for Switzerland this week from the Swiss team. Are you surprised, Martin?
I hope for some gold in such in the future. It's also good.
They get a nice entrance to this control now, Denmark and Czech Republic. Denmark is going to, oh, sorry, Estonia and Czech Republic. Estonia is heading to control B. They get just the path now, straight up in the control. Czech Republic has to go a bit further south to control C. Well, again, it looks good, this route to the north side of this hill.
Now we can see also some different road choices compared with men earlier on this longer leg.
Ženy překvapují, že se daleko více drželi balíku, ale ženy se rozdělili na tom dlouhém postupu, nebojí se toho. Vidíme na té levé variantě Denisu Kosovou také.
And she's running very fast. Anastasia Maya, who was the first to pass the third control, and she is high speed from Anastasia Maya. And for Estonia, Annika Hrima with another different road choice on this leg down or over to the fourth control.
Looks good by Estonia. This interesting to see also if they are together with other teams. Annika Rikma running the first leg for Estonia, who did a great relay, of course, 2 years ago in Portugal, finishing in 5th position. That their best result among the women for European and World Championships. They were 6th in France 2011 in the World Championship.
Sweden and Denmark. I don't know about the activity there from their equipment.
Next TV control will be at control number 7. Wow. Looks like a quite interesting route by Norway. Heidi Østli Bakstedvold, if this tracking is correct, she's going all the way around on the road, and she has to go to control C. Okay. That looks like a very slow route choice by Norway. Losing a lot of time here, I think. Estonia, Russia, Finland, Denmark is in the leading pack, probably also Sweden. Norway is 2 to 3 minutes behind here, I think. At least 2 minutes, probably close to 3 minutes. So that's the C control, which is the one to the southeast, and then another C control. Before heading to the 7th control. Still we see Anastasia Rudnaya with good speed for Russia. The bronze medalists 2 years ago. She was a part of the sprint relay team that won the bronze medal in Italy 2 years ago. Rudnaya from St. Petersburg. Never won any European Championship medals. Norway still heading to control C, which is the red one. Switzerland, Julia Gross is also there in this group. Also probably Sweden, even if they are standing still here on the screen. And Czech Republic should also be quite close to the top teams, I think. We will see them all on the 7th control, and then have all the timings at control number 8, of course, on this first leg. So, but one of the possible teams in trouble is Norway, Silje Ekerol Jaren. If I said Heidi Østli Bakstedvold, she will of course run the last leg for this Norwegian team. It's Silje Ekerol Jaren running the first leg for Norway, team number 6. Russia is doing well. So close to 3 minutes behind for Norway right now. About 30 seconds between Russia and Switzerland. Rudnaya and Gross. Sweden now back With our tracking here, they are on control B, Lina Strand, together with Finland in this green area. Here we are waiting then at the 7th control, and it should be Russia. It should be Russia. There are more teams coming. And it is Russia. And it's Russia 1 and Russia 2. Both the Russian teams are coming here. Rudnaya and Novikova. This is a very impressive start by Russia, who's done a good championship so far. No doubt about it, with the gold in the sprint relay. And medal for Mironova. Medal, close to medal for Natalia Vinogradova, and a medal also for Galina Vinogradova in the individual sprint. So 3 medals so far for Russia this championship. There could be more here in the relay. What's the next team? Switzerland. This is split up now. This women's relay, and we know the toughest forking is still to come. Here are the 2 Russian teams. Rudnaya leading ahead of Novikova. So let's see all the gaps now when they punch at this 8th control. A little bit more than halfway through the course. So what is the gap down to Switzerland? Here she comes, Julia Kroos. She was also a member of the winning team 2 years ago in Portugal. They have the same team, Switzerland. Hauswirt also running then, and also Wider. Norwegian second team is coming. Also Czech Republic. But it's almost 1 minute. Almost 1 minute to Switzerland. 54 seconds. Down to Julia Gross. Here is Norway 2. Inger Myhre. For Norway 2, 1:08 behind in 4th position. Marianne Andersen and Emma Johansson for Norway, Czech Republic, Finland and Switzerland. Kosovo for the Czech first team, 1:18 behind. Hajanen for Finland. Elena Roos, Great Britain, Germany and Denmark. 1:29 behind for Signe Klinting. Lina Strand is also here, so this is a really good start for Denmark if they can stay in this group all the way to the finish. The next forking will probably decide this. Finnish first team is 1:41 behind. Poland, Ukraine and Estonia, who was almost in the lead. They are now 1:45 behind. Swedish second team 1:48. Czech second team also there, and Latvia is also there. So let's look now at the route choice for Norway first team, which is the team we are missing. They are really messing up this route choice. really having big problems on this route, losing a lot of time for the Norwegian team. Let's see how big the gap will be. Let's see what Estonia is doing. Still no Norway at this control. And now the leading teams are in this forking. A small mistake there we see for Russia. On the B control for Russia. France is 2:52 behind. 2:52 behind now for France. And losing some time like they did also in the men's race. Still quite tight in the women's relay. 20 of the 29 teams inside 2 minutes. We have 25 teams. 25 teams now past this control, and still no punch from Norway. Is really struggling on this first leg. Let's look at this forking now. Switzerland, Julia Gross has taken the C control, and some mistake in there for Russia. And Norway 4 minutes 12 seconds behind. 4:12 behind for Norway, in 26th position right now in the relay at control number 8. So she needs a clean race now in this forking. As we can see, Russia has lost their lead compared to Switzerland. So missing this control on the slope, and Switzerland is now ahead. Wondering where Russia 2 is right now. Yulia Novikova. She might actually be ahead here. Once again, this forking has split up the teams, and yeah, Russia 1 and Russia 2 still together, and they are chasing now Julia Gross. Switzerland is leading, and the two Russian teams are not far behind. And Rudnaya is keeping the pace here, and she's can see the back of Julia Gross, will probably catch up again. Czech Republic is also there. It's a very good start for Czech Republic. They have very experienced Dana Šavka-Brošková on the next leg. Denisa Kosova, who is best in the sprint races normally. She was only 47th yesterday, made a lot of mistakes. But today, she's doing a much better race. So Czech Republic in 4th position, 19 seconds behind Switzerland. Finland, Sweden, Norway. It's the second team for both. Well, now it's the first team for Finland. Sari Antonen, Lina Strand, and Inger Myhre. For Norway too. Being now probably more than 3 minutes ahead of their first team. Here's the Finnish second team. And the Swiss second team. Helena Ross did a great first leg at Tiomila. They are together now. Gross, Rudnaya, Novikova. Great bronze medal by the Czech men's team. women's team not had the same performances in the relay as the men. They were second, took a silver medal in France 2011. No medals on the relay in European Championship. They have been quite close. They have been 4th and 5th and 6th. What happened to Anastasia Rudnaya here? She has the control B, while Switzerland has the control C. Czech Republic making a mistake here on control A. And they are coming now to the arena passage, the 3 leaders of this first leg. Been out for 28 minutes, soon 29 minutes, when Julia Gross punches this spectator control. The chasers, they are not very far behind. Czech Republic, Sweden. Last power now for Denisa Kosova and the rest of the runners. Lina Strand. This is a stable first leg for Sweden, for Lina Strand. Swedish first team is right where they want to be. Sari Antonen, Inger Myhre, 49.52 seconds behind, also up there. It's Russia and Switzerland in the lead now on the final loop. Finland 2, Switzerland 2, 105, 111 behind. On the arena passage. Germany in 10th position, 128 behind. Great Britain 142, Denmark 142, Czech Republic 2, 144, Sweden 145, Italy 148 and Estonia 149. So Denmark still in with good medal chance here. Signe Klinting doing her job on the first leg. She can keep the gap up to the leaders, less than 2 minutes, then it will be all to play for on the last 2 legs with Ida Bobak and Mayal. So here are the second leg runners preparing. Natalia Vinogradova for Russia 1. Galina Vinogradova on Russia 2. They are not related. They have the same name, last name, but are not related. And Saila Kini for the Finnish second team. Mashavka Broshkova for the Czech Republic. Disappointing race yesterday. She was only 31st in the end. Are waiting now for the changeover.
Now we are waiting for the women to the second to last of the third and the morning. They should be here any second now. The first teams.
32 minutes. And here
There we have Julia Gross and
they are coming.
Runaya and Julia Novikova. So now they are coming. Runaya is passing right now Switzerland. So Russia. Anastasia Runaya will send up number.
So still with some mistake in the middle of the course. Russia is heading into the changeover. This is Novikova in third position. And in front we have Rudnaya. But Julia Gross wants to come back here. But Rudnaya has done a strong first leg. Missed a little bit more than 1 minute on one of the controls, but is changing over first for Russia. Ah, Julia Gross is coming back here. She's coming back. Rudnaya stops a little bit on the last meters, and Switzerland is the first team to change over. Sabina Hauswirt on the second leg, Natalia Vinogradova for Russia, and now Galina Vinogradova for the second team, 11 seconds behind. Here is Sweden, Lina Strand. In fourth position, Emma Johansson will run the second leg for Sweden. Promoted from the second team after Helena Jansson caught a cold. And here is Finland and Czech Republic. Still inside the first minute. Behind the leading teams, Sari Antonen to Marika Taini, the bronze medalist of yesterday, and Denisa Kosova to Dana Shafka-Broskova. And we have Norway 2 and Finland 2. Inger Myhre and Sofia Hajanen. Looks to be the Norwegian second team now. There are 3 second teams here because also the Swiss second team, Elena Roos, will change over to Sarina Jenser. Inger Myhre to Marianne Andersen, the veteran, and Sofia Hajanen to Saila Kini. And the Norwegian first team is now almost 6 minutes behind, the Norwegian first team. So it looks to be the second team that Norway has to rely on today. Germany in 10th position. Antraut Götz to Dorothea Müller. And Sweden's second team with Lilian Forsgren changing to Anna Backman. Here is Estonia, Annika Rihma changing to Eveli Kasiku. Denmark 2:04 behind, Signe Klinting to Ida Bobak. And Poland, Alexandra Hornik to Hanna Wisniewska. Also here at the changeover, also Italy, we have the Czech second team, but also Italy, Carlotta Scarlett to Nicole Scarlett on the second leg. Here's Ida Bobak and Adela Indrakova for the Czech second team. Kat Taylor for Great Britain is also in there. Jess Tully changed over in 17th position, 2:09 behind. As we know, the second and third leg normally creates bigger gaps than the first leg, so all of the big teams have done their part on the first leg. Norway and France are the 2 teams that have lost a lot of time. Also Latvia. But from the teams that we counted on amongst the possible medal contenders, it's Norway and France that have lost too much on this first leg. Because all these 7 teams inside 2:09, they are still very much in this game today.
další desítky, mezi tím zase můžeme vidět GSky klesá.
So Bulgaria 350 behind. And then we have Hungary 354 behind, and Ukraine 359 behind. 359 behind. There's also for Latvia and France. Very soon to the change over. Lauravike and Jesenik. And they will be nearly 4.5 minutes behind. I can see also Jesenik.
Soon to the first TV control.
Deniso, tak když jsme viděli váš doběh, tak po fyzické stránce dneska už to bylo hodně na morál.
No, úplně. Já jsem celý ten pitvik už jsem myslela, že tam vypustím duši, začali mě tam předbíhat. Švédka, Finka tady na konci. Už jsem neměla vůbec sil navíc.
A co se týče mapového hlediska, jak byste zhodnotila dnešní závod?
Na začátku jsem byla vepředu, pak jsem zvolila delší postup zleva, který musel být rychlejší, protože všechny holky, co jsou rychlejší, šly zprava. A já už jsem tam nemohla, už jsem to šla pěšky a stejně jsme tam byli dříve. Pak si myslím, že jsem měla pár kratších fárs, protože jsem se vždycky objevila na čele a oni mě potom teprve zbíhali ze zadu. Takže mapově jsem spokojená.
A po tom včerejším zklamání na mydlu dnes jste doběhla de facto v dostřelu k medailím, tak taková náplast na ten včerejšek.
To každopádně, ale štafety jsou prostě úplně jiný závod, když uděláte chybku, tak tam jsou další lidi a víte, že to není ztracený a hlavně bojujete za celou štafetu, nebojujete jenom za sebe. Takže včera, když jsem to pokazila, tak už jsem neměla za koho bojovat, dneska bylo za co bojovat.
Deniso, díky. A pojďme zhodnotit závod také od Míši Omové. Míšo, jak vám se běželo?
Já jsem to vzala opačným směrem, protože si nejsem úplně jistá v mapě, takže jsem se to spíš hlídala mapově. Bohužel jsem se opět nevyvarovala chyby v trošku zarostlým a tam mě to čelo cuklo a pak už teda jsem taky neměla moc sil, abych to dobíhala, spíš jsem tam tak vlála za nima.
A kde přesně k té chybě došlo?
Na 10. kontrolu tam byl takový delší travers směrně z kopce a já jsem se nepohlídala, jak vysoko jsem, byla jsem trošku výš a malinko jsem ji přibyla a už jsem se dlouho hledala v mapě, no, takže tam na 10. kontrole.
Míšo, díky.
First teams now on this TV control with Russia and Switzerland. They're in front. Sweden, Russia 2 about 30 seconds behind. Finland 59 seconds behind Marika Taini, and Czech Republic now 1:13 behind. Norway 2 and Finland 2, they are 1:40 behind, Marianne Andersen and Saila Kini. So let's get the route choices now. Russia and Switzerland, are they trying to go a bit more straight here? They will have control B. They will have the same forking for much of the race. Russia and Switzerland here, it will be the third part. The third part, which is the part coming back after this big hill, where they will have a different forking. Russia will have A and Switzerland will have B, but now they will have the same until the next TV control, which is controls 7 and 8. And they look to be going straight here, straight over the top. That's the first one we have seen in the TV screen. Who has done this? Of course, other teams might have done it earlier without us seeing it, but it's the first time we've seen it. They are going to B. Sweden, Finland, they are going around to the north. Sweden and Finland, they are both heading to control C.
Bude zajímat srovnání dvojice Vinogradova Hauswirth, Švédsko Johansson.
Maybe together with Galina Vinogradova. Probably, I say, probably. Natalia Vinogradova and Sabine Hauswirth, they are heading straight over this big hill. Finland won also, the very same as Sweden. Marika Teini for Finland as well.
Švédská dvojka Vesa, Jensen, potom hodí takovou mezivariantu.
It will be interesting to see the gaps now. They are really spreading out on the different route choices here. Sweden 2 is heading to the south. They have the A forking. Also Czech Republic has the A forking. But we don't see the tracking of Czech Republic at the moment. Marika Teini still has some catching up to do. Emma Johansson, it was 35 seconds up to Sweden. I think looks like a very good route choice from Sweden and Finland. They get a very good attack to this control from the north. And Russia and Switzerland now, the bottom of this hill. Denmark, Ida Bobak, choosing some of the same route, and the Swiss once again going straight. Sarina Jenser, Czech Republic, is ahead of Sweden 2, as we can see here on the south route choice. They have A, and it's when you have the A control, you are most likely to take the route going on the south side of the hill, but I think Sweden is getting past Switzerland and Russia here now. If Emma Johansson can go straight into the C control. Next TV control will be at number 7. Teams are taking many different routes on this leg. Looks like Russia and Switzerland will be quite close to Sweden. Russia and Switzerland, of course, has the B controls. They have both of these controls here. They are spread all over. Now also Finland, Marika Teini. Close now to Switzerland. Right now it's those 4 teams leading this relay. And then what about Denmark? Ida Bobak. Can she get closer? And Czech Republic, Dana Šafka-Brošková. Can she also get closer to the leading teams? She, of course, is down the A forking, which means that she will have a shorter control now on the third and last control of this fork.
There is Switzerland also, starting in half here, in third position right now. I can't see Russia too, and Galina Vinogradova in this track.
Sweden and Russia. Different forking now. Russia go to B, Sweden go to C. Means that maybe they are about equal. Sweden has to take 2 controls now. And Russia only 1, but it's a little bit longer to go into this green area, and the exit from the control is slower as well. So right now Sweden probably a little bit ahead of Russia here. Emma Johansson with an excellent start to this second leg. And Switzerland, Finland, Czech Republic. And then we have Denmark, Swiss second team. Probably we also have the Norwegian second team somewhere in here, and the Russian second team, Galina Vinogradova, should also be somewhere here. So Sweden now done with this forking and heading to the common control, 7th control. Looks to be less tricky in this area compared to the area the men encountered further to the east, where we saw a lot of mistakes. This is where Sweden can open up a gap. She does not have to enter this green forest. Also Switzerland, as we remember, they had the same forking as Russia. Has to go there. They were together before the forking started, so Natalia Vinogradova a bit better than Sabine Hauswirth in this area. Finland and Czech Republic. As Czech Republic has A. So she should not be up at this control. Finland has C. I remember also from the previous legs that tracking was struggling a bit in this small valley here, and soon we will have the camera waiting for the athletes. And let's see if it is now Emma Johansson and Sweden in the lead. So will it be Sweden? Yes, indeed. Emma Johansson, first team to punch, and where are the chasers? Russia is the team that we are waiting for. And as previously in this relay, they come together. So Sweden and Russia is the next team to arrive. Switzerland maybe. Time is ticking a little bit. Also waiting for Finland. And we're also waiting for Czech Republic. Anna Šafka-Broškova has gone past Finland here. You can see Finland coming just behind her. Mari Kataini. Emma Johansson at the control. Let's have the exact gaps now and compare it to the first TV control. They are not far behind Russia, only 15 seconds. Only 15 seconds. So they have lost about, Galina Vinogradova has lost about 45 seconds to Sweden and Russia's second team. Czech Republic. She was 1:13 behind Russia. Now she's around 1 minute behind. And Finland is coming behind her. Mari Kataini has lost some time. Broškova 1:05. The gap now. Kataini now 1:22. So she lost almost 1 minute here to Sweden. Finnish second team, not very far behind. Saila Kini, and here is Switzerland now. Here is Switzerland, Sabine Hauswirth, 1:37 behind. She has lost almost 2 minutes to Sweden in this part of the race. And a half minute behind for Switzerland. Taking this route together with Russia. Let's see what's happening then with Sabine Hauswirth. We're also waiting for Denmark. It's punching now, 2:22 behind. They are together with Czech 2. There's a big group there now. And it's this route here that Switzerland lost a lot of time. I see Denmark is also going around this valley. And Ida Bubak. This big group is containing Sweden 2, Czech Republic 2, Switzerland 2, Denmark, Norway 2, Estonia, Great Britain and Germany. So we have 8 teams in this group from 2:15 to 2:40 behind. So that's a big chasing group. Now we don't have the tracking on Sweden, we have the tracking on Russia. In this forking, Russia is going to control A. So they are a bit too far to the east here. It's to go to the left to pick control A, which has proven to be the easiest forking and the fastest forking. Not sure how big the time difference really should be if you execute the legs perfectly. Switzerland and Sweden taking the one who has proven to be... Sweden has C. That has proven to be tricky as well, but Switzerland 1 is taking B. B is maybe the trickiest one. That's what it has been looking like so far. And here is Russia. Here is Russia. We can see Sweden coming behind among the trees there, but Russia is back in the lead. And now not anymore, together with the second team. Emma Johansson not many meters behind. And there also Russia too. Still these three teams. Russia will have Svetlana Mironova on the last leg. Russia 2 will have Natalia Efimova on the last leg. And Sweden 18 seconds behind only, with Tove Alexandersson on the last leg. The 2 times gold medalist already at this European Championship, waiting for Sweden to run the last leg. Sweden right now emerging as the main favorites for this relay. Here is Finland now. Looks to be ahead of Czech Republic. The silver medalist from yesterday, Marika Teini. But here is Broškova. So she's not ahead of Czech. They are quite close together now, still. Finnish second team. And here comes this group. With Switzerland, with Denmark now also into this group. Sweden 2, Ava Backman. .127, Broškova behind now. Lost another 20 seconds approximately. Marika Teini. In warm summer conditions in the Czech Republic. It's around 25 degrees for this relay. Here are the chasers as well. 2 minutes now for Ida Bobak. Would be nice for Denmark to get a little bit closer to Sweden. Right now Maja Alm has to chase almost 2 minutes behind Tove Alexandersson on the last leg. But Mironova might have a gap here when she heads out on the last leg. Natalia Vinogradova leading for Russia right now in this relay. Part of the team, of course, that won the sprint relay on the first day of this championship. Then she was in 4th position in the long. And she's increasing her gap now down to Emma Johansson. That's clear, the gap is getting bigger. That might open up for Denmark, Switzerland to get closer again to Sweden. Let's see what the gap is here now at the spectator control. And now it's up to 47 seconds. It's up to 47 seconds. And here comes the chasers now. Maybe just a minute between Sweden and Denmark right now. First it's the Czech Republic. He's still in 4th position. 3rd among the countries. Really fighting for another medal here, Czech Republic. Great racing in today's relay. Jana Knapova will do the last leg later. Now Marika Teini lost some meters again and caught up by the rest of this group. And she's all the time losing to Natalia Vinogradova. Roshkova now 1:44 up to Russia. And then it's Finland. .159 behind. Ida Bubak was 2 minutes behind Russia. So also Denmark is losing some seconds here to Vinogradova. Finland and Switzerland 2:07 behind. And Ida Bubak 2:16 behind now, Ida Bubak. Look at the girls heading out on the last leg here with Maja Alm, Judith Wyder, Tove Alexandersson, Svetlana Mironova. It's only medal winners from this championship so far. Here's Proskova on the last loop. It's a very short last loop. Sabine Hauswirth lost some time for Switzerland here on this leg, but Judith Wyder is still in with a chance. Of course, this is a very open relay right now. But Natalia Vinogradova putting Russia in a great position. Svetlana Mironova will be heading out on the last leg for the Russian team. She has been faster than her competitors on his second leg. Natalia Vinogradova, they caught up with her, but she came back and opened up a gap here for Svetlana Mironova on this last leg. Russia is leading, and it was 47 seconds. It was 47 seconds at the arena passage. I think it might be a little bit more. Now, Mironova, the bronze medalist from the long distance. Here comes Emma Johansson. It will be 1 minute now. Up to Russia. You can see that she had a little bit more power, Natalia Vinogradova. Swedes are cheering, of course, because they know that Tove Alexandersson is waiting on the last leg. But the finish of Vinogradova is very, very strong, and it will be more than 1 minute. But Tove Alexandersson, she won the race by more than 2 minutes yesterday. And here she's heading out, 1:07 behind. And here is the Russia second team. Galina Vinogradova to Natalia Yefimova. And Yefimova is 1:16 behind. And what will be the gap down to Switzerland and Denmark? Here comes the Czech Republic, still on a medal position today. Another strong, stable race by Dana Šafka-Brošková. Very disappointed with her performance yesterday, but today she's back again. And Czech Republic, fourth position in the relay. But it will be almost 2 minutes, so also the chasers are losing some time here. Jana Knapova out on the last leg, 1:59 behind. Some injury problems with the leg here for Emma Johansson. Marika Teini to Merja Rantanen, 2:11 behind. And here comes Switzerland now. Sabina Hauswirth to Judith Wider, 2:15 behind. And where is Ida Bubak? That's the question. Where is Ida Bubak? Finland 2 and Sweden 2. They are changing over, but no Denmark. She's on her way now, Ida Bubak. She's on her way now, but she lost some seconds on the last part of the course. It will be a tough battle for Maja on this, 2:39 behind in 8th position. In 9th position. 9th position. I think these 9 teams are the ones that will battle for the medals, because now it should be 2 minutes down to Great Britain, Czech Republic, to Estonia and Germany. They are more than 4 minutes behind. So I think these 9 teams will battle for the medals. 2 Russian teams, 2 Swedish teams, 2 Finnish teams, Czech Republic, Switzerland and Denmark. Here we have them. Last leg, a little bit longer, 5.2. It's the last loop that is a little bit longer on this last leg for the women. To be decided within the next half an hour.
Dana Šafka-Brošková v cíli dnešních štafet a Dano, hodnocení vašeho postupu.
Já jsem spokojená, já jsem to šla bez chyby. Mě tam rozhodila jedna taková farsta, protože jsem razila 4. kontrolu a holky už vlastně začínaly obíhat kopec zleva a já jsem musela ještě doprava. Pak jsem si chvilku myslela, že jsem se nepřekoukla, jestli nejdu na 9, ale tak jsem se kousek začala vracet, pak jsem teda pokračovala dál, no a už jsem zvolila ten postup zprava. No a tam se asi zase dostali trošku přede mě, no. Ale pak jsem se snažila zabrat a vlastně běžela jsem to v podstatě už sama, no.
To vám vyhovuje běžet sama?
No, to mě vyhovuje, ale zase, když je okolo vás někdo, tak vás to nutí tak jako zrychlovat. Takhle si člověk pořád musí říkat, aby přidal, ale snažila jsem se.
Na záda vám pak na konci dýchala Finka, a tak jak to bylo z fyzické stránky?
No, ona ta Finka, my jsme se tam potkali vlastně po tom dalším úseku, jsem se potkala s obouma Finkama, takže já nevím, já jsem se neohlížela, tak jako samozřejmě unavená se cítím, je to už několikátý závod za sebou. Ale jinak si myslím, že to nebylo špatný.
Dano, díky.
So an exciting last leg, of course, now also for the home crowd. Big home crowd for this final event of this European Championships. The relay now going into their the absolute final moment, because this is the decision of the last event, the women's relay here at this championship, with Switzerland already on 5 gold medals. But Judith Wider has to chase a little bit here. You can see Sweden. They don't have the Russian tracking right now. Heading towards the first TV control on this leg. 1 minute 7 seconds. 1 minute 7 seconds was the gap from Russia down to Sweden. And it will be very interesting to see the opening speed for Tove Alexandersson on this leg. Will she go flat out here to catch Mironova early? 1 minute 7 seconds it was. Only Forest. Where is Alexander Shaw? She's coming more directly to the control. Some mistake here for Sweden. She's running faster than Mironova in the beginning of the course. Not hitting this control straight on. It's 43 seconds. She has taken 24 seconds. She has taken 24 seconds, but it's the two next forkings that will probably decide this race. So where is Yefimova? And Czech Republic. Here comes Judith Wider for Switzerland. Up to third position now. And she was 2:15 behind. So she was 1:08 behind Sweden. She's getting much closer to Alexander Shaw. It's a great start by Judith Wider. 1:23. So she's only 40 seconds now behind Sweden.
Ale myslím si, že to byli všichni.
A co z mapového hlediska?
No, na začátku, co jsem se rozběhla, tak si myslím, že jsem poměrně slušně mapovala a střídala se ve vedení se švédským druhým týmem. Na neštěstí potom v Ústníku jsme běželi přes dřívější farstu a tam mi uteklo skupina holek, no, že to mohlo, kdybych s nima mohla běžet, bylo by to lepší, no.
Adelo, díky.
Well, here comes also the other runners then to this control. Mayalm now only 1:42 behind. She was 2:39, so she has taken 1 minute to this control. So Mayalm has been the fastest of all to this control, together with Judith Wider. Lost a little bit of time here, Sweden. Disappointment for Sarina Jenser of the Swiss second team. They are 6:41 behind at the changeover, 6:41 behind. So now we're getting into the decisive part of this race. Russia has the sea control. They are still going to the south of this hill. That is interesting. Behind the group is gathering. Let's see. Finland 2 has to go to A, also Finland 1 has to go to A here, and Sweden 1 and Switzerland. So here there will be a lot of teams going to this short leg to control A. Czech Republic has B, and Denmark is also B. This is getting interesting now. Denmark and Czech Republic heading to B, so they are taking the route to the north of the hill. And the two Finnish teams, I think I said it just before the start, these two Finnish teams, they look almost exactly equal on paper, and they are here together now on the last leg of the relay. Venla Harju against Merja Rantanen. It's 50-50 now between these two Finnish teams. A very decisive part now of the race. Unfortunately, the GPS tracking is not having the best conditions in this area because of this big hill. close to the Polish border as well, so the coverage is not the best. So Great Britain is or looks to be disqualified. We have to wait for confirmation. Czech Republic and Denmark heading to control B. They will have a very nice entrance to this B control down in the right corner of the map by taking this route. It's a really strong start to this race by Majal, bringing Denmark back into the chase for the gold medal. They won the women's relay, of course, Denmark in Scotland last year. Both the relay and the sprint relay. Majal with 3 gold medals in that championship. She also won the individual sprint. They had Emma Klingenberg also in the team at that championship. Look at Tove Alexandersson. Tove Alexandersson heading to control A. It's the same as Maja Alm. It's the same. No, Maja Alm is heading to B, but it's the same control, which is the first control of this forking on this side of the road. So they are right now heading to the same control, Denmark and Sweden. This is not a good route choice by Tove Alexandersson. That's clear. This is not a good route choice by Tove Alexandersson. Let's see how much time will she lose on this. I'm not sure if she's even reading on the right leg right now, because she has to go down to where Denmark is, control A, and then back to the control where she is right now. This is a critical part of the race for Tove Alexandersson and Sweden. Let's have a look at this. Still a bit behind Russia, then she goes straight. And then she comes to the road, and then she should just follow the road to the bend, but she just crosses the road. Going out of our screen. And then she's going to that control, and then she's going back. She might have been reading the wrong leg here. Also Russia, as we can see. But Russia have the C control, so they have a bit shorter here than Sweden. This is completely open right now, because Denmark is right now the leading team. Denmark with the B forking. So she still has to go inside this green area. This is completely open right now. Now Finland, the 2 Finnish teams are also back here. The Czech team is here. What a battle this is going to be on this last forking. We have seen the A forking is a nice one to have on this final forking behind the hill, and it's Switzerland and Finland. Switzerland 1 and Finland 1 will have the A forking now on the last part. Signe Klinting and Ida Björgul discussing. And look at this, 2 Finnish teams. Sweden is there, Russia is there, Czech Republic is there, and Denmark is also there, but their tracking is has stopped right now. It's exciting for Denmark also. Lite grann Ødum. Merja Rantanen getting a bit away from Venla Harju right now. Merja Rantanen running all the competitions here during this week. How much power has she got left ahead of this last race? One of very, very few athletes to run all the competitions. We also have the Austrian Laura Ramstein, who has done all the races, and Merja Rantanen. So it's the A forking for Sweden and Finland. So they are right now a bit in front of Denmark and Russia. And we are, of course, missing Switzerland here in this tracking. So Judith Wyder is probably also somewhere inside these groups. Maja Alm struggling a little bit with this B control. She's all alone going to that control. Czech Republic will come soon. Anna Knapova. Denmark is losing some time again here. It's Merja Rantanen right now leading this field, and then we know that Judith Wyder is probably also somewhere in this groups. Judith Wyder on the same forking as Sweden and Finland, so it's quite likely that she's together with Finland and Sweden right now, but we don't know it for sure, but it's quite likely. So we wait for them here. Completely open, this race on the final leg of the final event of this European Championships. Who will be the first? Will it be Switzerland? Or will it be Finland? Or will it be Sweden? Still quiet. Here she's coming. Judith Wyder, Switzerland, is in the lead of this relay. She started 2:15 behind, and now she is in front. But by how much? By how much? I think this is looking really good for Switzerland. They also have what seems to be the easiest and maybe fastest forking on this final part. Tove Alexandersson is chasing for Sweden. And she can see Judith Wyder ahead of her on this path. Here comes Finland. And Russia. Merja Rantanen Svetlana Mironova. Third and fourth right now. And cannot see Tove Alexandersson right now. But this next forking, there's one forking yet to come in this relay. It will be very, very decisive. And I'm wondering if she knows that she's leading now, Judith Wider. Because she is leading. Here comes Sweden. Right now, 21 seconds behind Gustav Bergman. Following this closely. And here comes the group. And Maja Alm also is coming behind there. We can see her. Denmark is not out of this yet. Russia, 44 seconds. Finland, 46 seconds. Russia's second team. What a great relay by the Russians. All 6 of them, 58 seconds. And Maja Alm, 1:03. And the Finnish second team, 1:06. So we have lost the Czech Republic and we have lost the Swedish second team of those 9 teams that were in the top at the changeover. So what about this forking now? Switzerland and Finland, the 2 teams to have the A forking. And Denmark, Sweden will have B, Russia and Czech Republic. And the Finnish second team will have C. This will be very decisive. Who handles this forking in the best way? Switzerland will go to A, so she is a little bit too high now. Judith Wider has to go left, has to go north. But Sweden, Tove Alexandersson, has the perfect direction right now. But Switzerland is in problems. And we see also Russia approaching to the C forking. And Finland too is also going to the C forking. Denmark is going to the A forking, the same as Sweden. But Switzerland right now, Judith Wider and Tove Alexandersson together, but only Tove Alexandersson has this B control. Ay, ay, ay. Look at Russia. Look at Svetlana Mironova. Can she hit the C control? Here is Sweden 2 and Czech Republic, who has lost contact with the medal group. And they are more than 3 minutes behind now. Alva Olsson and Jana Knapova. Just over 3 minutes behind. And here we are again. Judith Wider. She's going very high here. She's going to the boulder in the middle of the 3 controls. But she's going too far. And let's see what happens. Going down to the fence. Sweden is also missing here. And Russia is taking her control. Sweden has taken her control. Switzerland, Judith Wider has to go back. So Judith Wider with some big problems. Merja Rantanen has taken this control. And Denmark has to go back up to control B. So big problems for Switzerland and Denmark. They are out of the medals now, I think. But look at Russia, look at Finland, and look at Sweden. It looks like 4 teams. And then we have the Russian second team in here somewhere as well. It's Svetlana Mironova and Tove Alexandersson right now in front. Denmark and Switzerland, they are out of the medal fight right now, with some huge mistakes. Judith Wider and Maja Alm. Now there is no more forking. So this is just about who is the strongest. And here comes Merja Rantanen for Finland. And here is Russia, Mironova. And Tove Alexandersson is coming. What a relay in the women's race. What a relay in the women's race. But maybe they are down to 3 now. Rantanen, Alexandersson. Mironova went the other way. Where is she? Should be coming from the right. 1 second separating Finland and Sweden. Here comes the Finnish second team, and here comes Russia. Some mistake there for Mironova. Then Laharju only 11 seconds behind, so there's still a battle to be the best Finnish team today. But it looks like these 3 teams will, these 3 countries will take the medal, because here is the Russian second team also. Who can fight down Tove Alexandersson in this finish? With her physical shape, that's a big question mark. Sweden still the main favorites here. This will be tough for Merja Rantanen to follow. She's been running all the races, 8 races in 8 days. And Venla Laharju now up to 3rd position. Mironova. But Judith Wider is not too far behind actually. Only 1 minute, 8 seconds. It looked like a bigger mistake for Switzerland. But only 1 minute, 8 seconds behind. It should be too much. It should be too much, but it could be quite tricky, this final loop in the women's race. If they start to look at each other, if they start to make some mistakes there. And 1 minute can run really, really fast. Can Wider get any closer than 1:08? It's 1:09 now, so she's not much closer, but Mironova and Harju not giving up this for sure. 5 teams within sight of each other, approaching the last kilometer of this relay. Sweden and Finland really close together, but we have 5 teams inside 20 seconds. Merja Rantanen studying the map, focusing on keeping the back of Tove Alexandersson, of course. But it's a long sprint finish on this field. Tove Alexandersson will, I think, surely be the stronger in such a long finish. But can something happen before that? And Judith Wider has not given up completely yet. She came back yesterday for a silver medal, but it will be, it was 1:09. And look at her speed, Judith Wider. She can see them now down there. She knows that there is still a chance, even with my mistake. 52 seconds, so it's only 35 seconds up for a medal for Judith Wider. And now we are into the final loop. It's still these two battling for the gold. Ooh. Alexandersson. She has never won a relay gold medal with Sweden in a senior championship. Where are the followers? Mironova. And Wider. So the last loop is the same for the women as it was for the men. They went on different side of this hill. They are a little bit tricky, these two controls, 15th and 16th control. It's not easy to be in front. It's much easier to come from behind and run on the back of the runner in front. So one more control to go before it's the final sprint, but we have seen some route choices from 16 to 17 or to 18 as it is here on the map. But it still looks like Sweden and Finland. Russia not yet in contact. Now they have found the marsh and the control should be fairly easy now for Tove Alexandersson and Merja Rantanen. We saw Norway and Czech Republic in the men's race splitting up. Tove Alexandersson has punched, Merja Rantanen 3 seconds behind. 3 seconds behind for Merja Rantanen, 8 seconds only to Russia, 10 seconds to Russia too. So it will be a battle for the medals here between two Russian teams. And Efimova possibly stronger here in a sprint finish than Mironova. Let's wait and see. Wider now only 22 seconds behind. This is not yet over because Wider has only 14 seconds up to a medal. And this is probably the tightest women's relay ever. Rantanen still just staying some meters behind Tove Alexandersson. Nobody is going out on the road like Magne Dæhlie did for Norway in the men's relay. And in the right corner of the screen you see the second last control. So they might come on either side of this big bush. I hope nobody comes straight through it, and they will lose time for sure. But which side should they come on? Probably on the right side is the best. Will it be Sweden? Will it be Tove Alexandersson, who managed to get away from Finland? She had 3 seconds at the last radio. Who will win this relay? Here comes Tove Alexandersson, but Merja Rantanen is only still a few meters behind. But now comes the final sprint, of course. Inside this marked route from the second last to the last control, and Merja Rantanen is not giving up. She is coming back on Tove Alexandersson. Look at Merja Rantanen running all the races in this championship. And Tove Alexandersson has to fight here, but Merja Rantanen is so strong. Ah, what a finish by Merja Rantanen. She just stayed behind Tove Alexandersson And the Swedish girl has no more power. Ah, what a great finish! A fantastic race by Merja Rantanen. Taking the gold, Sari Antonen, Marika Teini and Merja Rantanen and Svetlana Mironova just hanging on for the bronze medal for Russia. Ahead of Judith Wider. Disappointed Judith Wider, of course. Mironova saves the bronze for Russia. Wider had the chance, but she made a mistake. But what a finish by Merja Rantanen. Ah, that was some of the most impressive I have ever seen. I don't think she knew she was first. That's incredible. It seems like only now she realized she was first in the finish. Oh. Ah, this was incredible. And Tove Alexandersson is completely finished here. Ah, it's never over until it's over. She was pushing so hard out from the second last control to Alexandersson, but then Merja Rantanen had the reply. She came back. And Juha Taini, the Finnish coach. What a performance. And here is the Finnish European champions. Sari Antonen, Marika Taini, Merja Rantanen. And of course, she's a world champion in the relay 3 times before, Merja Rantanen. This is her first European gold medal. I think it took almost 1 minute before she realized that she was the first team in the finish. She was expecting Switzerland to be ahead, I think. And maybe also Denmark. So a gold and a bronze in 2 days for Marika Taini. And the first ever senior medal for Sari Antonen. Ah, what a great day for the Finnish women, and also the second team in the end. We're just 58 seconds behind. So we have Finland, Sweden, Russia and Switzerland, 4 countries in the finish. We are waiting for country number 5 and 6. But first, let's listen to the winners.
Merja, congratulations. You seem so very surprised. What do you think?
It's so wonderful. Mahtavaa. Wonderful.
Can you describe today's race in English?
It was quite okay race to me. No mistakes.
Okay, thank you, congratulations. Maria už před rozhovorem mě upozorňovala, že neumí příliš anglicky, takže říkala, že akorát, že je velmi překvapená, velmi spokojená, také z toho, že neudělala ani jednu chybu. A
so this is the Swedish second team now. On the way to the finish, still no Denmark. Still no Czech Republic. Probably those 2 countries who will be 5 and 6 of the countries in today's race. Alva Olsson bringing Sweden 2 into 7th position. Czech Republic is not very far behind here. Jana Knapova, it will be in the European Championship, 5th position for Czech Republic. So absolutely a good performance for the Czech team today with the bronze medal in the men's race and a 5th place here in the women's race. And it should possibly be Denmark then in the 6th place. We are I have to see that Norway is getting a bit closer to them, but I think Maja Alm should hang on for a 6th position. This is the results. With the first 8 teams to come to the finish.
Jana Krampová, ještě nezbytné detaily. Jani, pojďme zhodnotit váš dnešní závod.
Jo, celkem to šlo. Já už jsem cítila, že moc jako není z čeho brát, přece jenom po tom náročném jako programu, ale všichni na tom byli asi podobně. Ale dobrý.
Co se týče mapového hlediska, žádná větší chyba?
Dneska žádná větší chyba a bylo to jednodušší než včera, takže to bylo pozitivní pro mě.
Po tom redukovaném pořadí je to tedy umístění na velké bedně spokojenost, nebo mohlo to být lepší?
Tak vždycky se říká, že to může být lepší, ale já myslím, že jsem maximálně spokojený s tou velkou bednou, že to byl asi i cíl takhle.
Jen díky.
So here's Maja Alm then for Denmark. She had the chance for the gold medal. She was in front but made a big mistake in this final hill, and in the end she's the 9th team in the finish. She is the 6th country in today's relay, and a very exciting women's relay and a very impressive sprint finish by Merja Rantanen, taking Finland to the gold medal. That is the final images from this European Championship. Thank you all for following. Bye bye.
Z českého hlediska tady za sebou máme asi nejúspěšnější den, bronz pro muže a velká bedna také pro ženy. Petře, tvoje hodnocení dnešních 2 závodů?
Myslím si, že televizní diváci sami viděli velmi dramatické závody a pěkný výsledek našich štafet. Bronz mužů a 5. místo v ženách, to je asi to maximum, které v tuto chvíli máme. A já bych se ale vrátil k těm dramatickým závodům. Po více jak 100 minutách běhu 3 štafety mužů ve 13 sekundách a 5 štafet žen ve 22 sekundách. Opravdu velmi dramatický závod se spoustou chyb na trati a to právě dělá ten orientační běh zajímavým.
Těch chyb tam bylo opravdu hodně, ovšem když se podíváme na mužský závod, Jan Petržala a Jan Šedivý prakticky nechybovali. Jak ty zhodnotil ty jejich úseky?
Tak Honza Petržala podal fantastický výkon na prvním úseku. Honza Šedivý tam udělal postupovou chybu, kde ztratil ten minutový náskok, ale oba měli trošku ty kratší varianty postupu. Na posledním úseku Vojta Král právě měl proti Martinu Hubmanovi ten delší postup a tam ztratil ten rozhodující čas na to, aby jsme bojovali o titul.
Když bychom se podívali ještě na mužský závod, tak i druhá mužská štafeta nezaběhla vůbec špatně. My jsme neviděli, nebo spíše jsme nemluvili s Janem Procházkou, který finišoval v té druhé mužské štafetě, a jak už jsme se během dnešního závodu bavili, ty jsi sám to nakousl, že